Thank you and good morning and welcome to the meeting of Development Control Committee A at Mid Suffolk District Council. Can I just first of all remind you some of the domestic arrangements? Please ensure that microphones are muted when you're not speaking. Please do not interrupt other members. Please put your hands up if you wish to speak. Please do not use the messaging or chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest, or if you obviously want to notify myself that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded, please, that they should not have alternative communication lines open, i.e. Skype chats or anything else. And that if you are contacted by a third party during the application, please do bring this to the attention of the legal advisor. If you are attending the meeting to speak, please do keep to your 3 minutes, and we do ask you please not to interrupt. You only get the allocated time to speak. Additionally, you'll be invited to speak and ask questions by myself. You may do that using the hands up function to members. If you're experiencing any poor connection issues in the first instance, please just try turning off your camera and turning it on again. And if these options are found under the 3 dots at the top of the page, if you want to try that, but if you have continued problems, please do let us know. I'd like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. Just like to introduce to you today who's at the meeting. So first of all, we have Ian Deprez, who's our legal advisor. We have Robert Carmichael. Hi, good morning, Ian. Robert Carmichael, who's the governance support officer. Good morning, Robert. John Pateman G, who's the area planning manager, and Bradley Heffer, who is one of the case officers. We also have 2 ward members who are present today, Councillor Helen Geek and Councillor Sarah Mansell. And at Mid Suffolk District Council, local members may speak on an application in their ward but may not vote. And before we begin, I'd just like to inform everyone that we will be taking a 15-minute break today, starting at about 10:50, 10:55 through to about 11:10 to observe Remembrance Day. So I know it may cut into the meeting at any point, but we will take a break at that point. So I'd now like to move on to the agenda, please, that's before us. Yes, Councillor Mansell, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that I am also a member of this committee and
Yes.
I am here for the other cases. And there is another ward member present on my screen who you haven't mentioned.
Well, I've only got 2 in front of me. Who's the third?
Councillor Andrew Stringer is here.
Yes, of course. Yeah, sorry, Andrew, you're not on my list, but absolutely right. Yes. Thank you. So can I please move to the agenda? Agenda item number 1. Do we have any apologies for absence and substitutions? Can I go to the governance officer to do a roll call of members and just confirm who the substitutions are, please?
Thank you, Chair. This morning we have apologies from Councillor Rachel Eburn and Councillor Andrew Stringer is substituting, and apologies as well as Councillor Rick Mayer is the other ward member this morning who is also on the committee. So if members could please respond with their presence, please. So Councillor John Field.
Present.
Councillor Hicks.
Present.
Councillor Mansell.
Present.
Councillor Matheson.
Present.
Councillor Mayer.
Present.
Councillor Muller.
Present.
Councillor Passmore.
Present.
And Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. We are all present.
Lovely, thanks very much. Now we need to move to agenda item number 2, to receive declarations of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members. Are there any that members wish to declare? Councillor Mansell, is that an old hand? Yep.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Passmore, could you just go on mute, please? We're getting a lot of background noise. Thanks. Any declarations of interest members wish to declare? Okay, I take that as none. Thank you. Agenda item number 3 is declarations of lobbying. Yes, now we've got a lot of hands going up. Councillor Mayor, do you want to start then? Councillor Muller? I suspect it's all the same thing.
Yeah, I received communication from Christchurch Land Estates reference the first item on the agenda.
Yeah, I think we've probably all received that. Councillor Muller?
Yes, exactly the same. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Field?
Same.
And Councillor Matheson?
Elmswell, yes.
Same, and myself the same. Okay, and Councillor Field, that's an old hand. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry,
Councillor
and the same for me, Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Are there any to declare? Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, driving through Mendlesham, I stopped off to look at 7C Mendlesham.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Anything else from anyone? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Agenda item number 5 is confirmation of the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 14th of October 2020. Are there any points regarding accuracy in the minutes that are before you? Anything anyone wishes to bring up? I think that's an old hand from Councillor Mayor. But anyone else? Anyone have anything they wish to bring up? Nope. Okay. So could I have a proposer for to accept the minutes and a seconder, please? Councillor Mayor and Councillor Muller. Councillor Mayor to propose and Councillor Muller to second. Thank you.
Happy to do that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the governance officers therefore take a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair. If members could please respond with for, against or abstain. So Councillor John Field.
For.
Councillor Matthew Hicks.
For.
Councillor Sarah Mansell.
For.
Councillor John Matheson.
For.
Councillor Richard Mayer.
For.
Councillor Dave Muller.
For.
Councillor Tim Passmore.
For.
And Councillor Andrew Stringer.
For.
Thank you, Chair. That is unanimously carried.
Thank you. So the minutes of the meeting have been confirmed and they'll be signed by myself at the next practical opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Agenda item number 6 is to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. Do we have any been received?
None received, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item number 7 is to move on to the schedule of planning applications that are before us today, and we'll keep to the same order. The first item is agenda item 7A, DC 18 02146, land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell. I'd like to hand over to the case officer, John Pateman-G.
Thank you, and good morning. Bear with me one moment. I will just share my screen. And stick it on full display. And you should be seeing that in a moment. Just to mention, I seem to have a bit of a delay. There's a lot of a time lag, and I noticed it when everybody was talking. So I hope this comes across clearly.
Coming over
please
fine.
tell me if it doesn't. Thank you. Appreciate that. Right. So good morning. This is a planning application for up to 86 dwellings, including car parking, on-site early years provision, open space provision, highways improvements, including road widening and cycle and footpath link. This is land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell. So Elmswell, just north of the A14 with direct access to it, and it is a key service centre. The site is proposed to the west side of the village with access to the School Road, which leads both to the village centre to the east and out to the south. It is south of the railway line, and Elmswell has its own station, as most of us probably know. The line itself forms the northern boundary of the site. I think you can see my cursor, so it's just running along there. So we have Panel Lane, which is on the western side, effectively forms the western boundary of the site. It is a public footpath and drive, so it leads under the railway line and beyond. There's also a vehicular access across the railway line itself. And then if I move on to the next close-up, this east boundary is for existing development of Elmswell, so we have the rear gardens of School Avenue. The south boundary is essentially open to the road, and the site itself is fairly flat, with the railway line a little bit more elevated as it goes to the west. We have around the Tree Avenue, which you can just see on this aerial photograph here, the land drops away, and then around the corner, as you come out and around the corner, you'll find the sort of the landscape opens up, and you'll see that on photographs in a little while. St John's Church is here. It is a Grade 2 star listed church. That needs pointing out because it will be seen in a moment on photographs. The Elms houses, which are possibly also mentioned as well in various reports, are Grade 2, and they are to the south as well and next door to the church. It is important to note these two in terms of associated works, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. Elmswell Hall, just outside of the picture on here, is Grade 2 and on the other side of the railway line, but given the valley landscape and its elevated location, you can see Elmswell Hall across the landscape as from various viewpoints. In terms of the site itself, there are no direct constraints apart from the public footpath going through along the lane itself to directly affect the development. It is outside the settlement boundary of Elmswell as it currently stands. This is the settlement boundary, which is the blue line as so. And the development is obviously proposed within this area just here. In terms of the emerging joint local plan, which obviously has limited weight, it is noted that this is a future allocation site for development, and also the settlement boundary of Elmswell is proposed to be extended out for a number of areas actually along this side of the village. This is the indicative plan to demonstrate how the development can be achieved. And we also have a parameters plan as well. Road improvements and access, because access is part of this application. So as an outline with all reserved matters except for access and the number of houses. And there's also, unusually, the housing mix is part of this as well. That has been offered by the applicant. So this proposal does also include road widening, which I will come back to, and the access as shown. If members will just note the pair of semi-detached two-storey dwellings on the right and adjacent to the corner of the site, then that's where the photo journey will begin. So these are the two properties. School Avenue is to the right, and a number of the existing properties that back onto the site. And the site itself is just past the bus stop here, and that is the bottom southeast corner of the site. School Road itself is paved at least on one side of the road from start to finish, and in some cases on both sides of the road. In terms of the side of the site, it is always paved. There's always a pavement on the same size as the site itself. A step left and more existing development opposite the site itself in part. And we start to walk along the road. So we have the south boundary of the site and to the right, and existing development on the left. And you can see this boundary is open currently. The southeast corner of the site itself at the moment. And we head onwards And in the far background is the avenue of trees that represent the lane and the footpath. And we go onwards towards that avenue of trees. And again, the site's on the right. And now we're looking at roughly where the new access will be. The backs of the existing properties to the right at the moment. And here we have the eastern boundary of existing development along School Avenue. And just to put that into context, that's the rest of School Road going off into the centre of Elmswell. So a look back to the south, and the School Road continues into the village. Well, we will go into the village later as well, just to demonstrate the journey into the village as well. Back towards the west boundary and the corner of School Road. And at this point, we have one path only at the side of where the site will be. We're nearly to the corner. And this is the view of the west boundary. Actually, there's a train going across at the time I took this photograph, if you can see that, but it is a little bit misty at that time of the morning. Nearly to the corner. And then at this point, you would start to notice the drop in levels is more noticeable, and the trees lead the eye to where the crossing of the railway line is, in the more elevated railway line in the distance. So this is the corner, footpath is to the right, and as you can see, the views open up at this point. So we're sort of at the end of the site, essentially, and that's the views beyond, around the corner. Just more views of the boundaries of the site. And at the corner, having dropped down in levels, we can now see it rises up again as we follow School Road, and we have St John's Church in the far distance. And as you're looking at these photographs, take note of the road and its conditions all the way around this part of Elmswell. Now, I'm going to come back to this tree later on the basis that that is a subject of some of the representations that we have received. And in terms of this, so we can continue. As you notice, the road, the path itself is not wide enough for two people to pass. It's a narrow path at this point. And the road itself is wide enough for passing traffic. But twice in my visit that morning, you have a car and a van deciding to mount this path when faced with a larger vehicle coming in the opposite direction. So this was about 9:10 in the morning. We've travelled now almost to the end of School Road, where it reaches Church Road, and the church is to the far right, with the elms houses just there as well. So if we then sort of turn around and look back, the oak tree that we just looked at is there. That is the avenue of trees in the distance, and you've got the railway line as well, and just beyond that you can see Elmswell Hall. And just to put that into context, just views back from the junction, looking back along the road. So now we're turning back around again, and we face the junction to Church Road. And this is the point where School Road gives way to Church Road, which then continues down and towards the A14. Just to put that into context, so we were standing just about there, and this is the junction. This goes on down to the A14. This continues as an alternative route into Elmswell and beyond. And essentially, when you come up the hill, you get to enjoy the church and the setting of the church and the elms houses before you are presented with that choice of which ways to travel through Elmswell. This proposal includes improvements to this junction to realign, widen, and this is pretty much done for a very good reason, which will be demonstrated to you in a moment. So as you can see, as you come up the hill, we were standing over there, we're now standing over here instead, and as we look, we have that choice presented to us, and as you can see, all the signs pretty much say please turn left, as far as various options are concerned, especially in terms of the station. So here's someone making that choice in terms of how they approach the junction. And this is the good reason why improvements are needed. And I would say not actually supported by any other development so far approved in Elmswell. Clearly, the alignment of that does not work for traffic, and I found that for most cars and traffic when I was standing there. And to complete the journey at this end, this is the hill going down towards the A14, sorry, go down towards the A14, and with the School Road and Church Road junction behind me. If we jump back to where those pair of semi-detached houses were, they're now standing directly behind me, and I'm looking towards Elmswell again. And this time we are just going to quickly travel along the Church School Road in order to approach the Station Road junction. Again, on occasions there is only one path available on one side of the road, mostly on the left-hand side of the road. And we have on the left-hand side here the fire rescue service with police, and also there's fish and chips, hairdressers, and a Chinese takeaway in this section of School Road as well. Various properties of various ages and styles. We also have the Wesley Chapel, and I believe this is to become a community hub and office, which is just up the road from the site. And next door to that immediately is the Railway Tavern Pub. And the last photo of the remaining road, just as you get to the junction, I should have gone up probably a little bit further, but the junction is just at that point at the top end of the picture. Before you then move into going left, which would get you to the station and other services and various other routes to the school and so forth. And that leads us back to the master plan. So there's a lot of photographs, but I think walking the entire road is important to understand the location of the site and possibly some of the issues facing Elmswell. This proposal is for 86 dwellings, around 19.1 dwellings per hectare. It was for a larger number of dwellings, but during the course of the application, this number was reduced and more infrastructure elements, including early years provision on site, were applied instead. Unusually, the applicant has agreed to the tenure of housing as part of this outline, as it wished to assure members that it can accord to the housing need that your housing officers have identified. I have in my report attempted to split consultees and representations to reflect the change from the larger scheme to the reduced scheme that we have before us, but I appreciate in the bundle this is all come together. It may actually have been more confusing to have done it this way, so I apologise for that. It has taken a long time to get here, so there's been lots of highway matters and lots of other policy positions have changed, which I've needed to take into account. So I'm going to go through a number of those points just in a little bit more detail. And I appreciate that may take a little bit of time, but I think it's important just to ensure they're all covered and we're clear on what is what. We're starting with Relief Road. One matter that took some time to resolve was the aspiration for a relief road, including a bridge over the railway line and through this site. Essentially, the provision of such would remove any housing potential from this site. At this time, the need for such relief road bypass is not supported by Suffolk County Highways or your policy team. There is no policy provision for the road, and the draft joint local plan, emerging local plan, allocates housing for this site without any relief road requirement. And admittedly, the draft local plan has limited weight, but it is not the direction of travel that is being implied. Further details are set out in section 4 of the report, but essentially there are other options should the neighbourhood plan progress and seek to take the idea of a bypass further forward. In terms of access and highways, this is outlined and includes access. It includes a range of highway improvements, but starting with access, it is considered to be acceptable and supported by the Highways Authority. Along with the access, the corner of School Road and this immediate area is sought to be improved directly to ensure the access is safe and generally improve the corner for all users of the road as well. Many of the submissions we've received object to the scheme on traffic grounds, and particularly the capacity of the existing road network to absorb the traffic generated by the development. Many are critical of the capacity of School Lane, given its narrow width, but in part this is proposed to be widened as a direct benefit of the scheme and sought to be secured. I hope the photographs have demonstrated this point and the clear need for the works actually offered, and the clear need is there now. This would secure mitigation against the burden of this development, but it would have a much wider public benefit for all existing and proposed development and those being built now within the Elmswell area. Looking at the proposed development in Elmswell for a moment, this development's traffic assessment has needed and accounted for all the potential allocations, and this site is actually one of those. And it has also accounted for all of the approved development as well. These are the allocations, and these are what has been approved or are underway in terms of construction terms at this moment in time. None of these seek improvement of School Road and its junction, unlike this scheme. And given the network of roads and the encouragement of School Road use that we saw, all developments will benefit from the improvement that this proposal includes. Furthermore, this proposal provides a further fund towards signalisation, should it be necessary, of the School Road, Church Road junction. Now, we've looked at this for some time, but essentially we feel that a contribution is essentially the best of both worlds. Money, if it is necessary, to need it later, and we have not missed the opportunity now to seek those funds. But if we find that the signalisation is not needed for various reasons, then it doesn't have to be pursued. The development also provides a significant length of cycleway for the intended Elmswell to Woolpit link, and probably not the best plan to use, but essentially we're looking at a cycleway that starts from the site all the way down towards the church. It includes an option to go around the church as well, should that be needed as a safer point to access the cycleway than accessing the cycleway at the junction itself. So far, no other development in Elmswell has contributed towards this cycle scheme from Elmswell, except for the recently approved 65 houses on the other side of the railway line, which is being secured, negotiated to secure that contribution. There has been contributions towards this cycle link from development in Woolpit so far. So this may look familiar. This is the tree. In terms of landscape trees and other matters, the oak tree along School Road would be very likely to be removed as the result of the needed works. It is not directly protected, but it is a significant oak, and I think we should be upfront to say that this will be lost. If you widen the road, provide the cycleway, this tree would compromise safety if it remained in that respect. The rest of the road is open to the landscape. In terms of the site itself, it is enclosed by an avenue of trees, the railway line and existing development. There is a good sense of containment, and the indicative plan demonstrates this can be increased further and avoid spillage to the open landscape and avoid intrusion of the intervisibility between the church across the valley to Elmswell Hall. And I'll just go back to there. This leads nicely to mention heritage, and I think at this point I'll just repeat what my report says. The council's heritage officer has reviewed the supporting heritage statement and changes in the proposal to what it is now. The heritage officer accepts that the present proposal reduces harm considerably by limiting the proposed development to the east of the avenue, the tree-lined avenue, but there will be a degree of harm, be it low, in any development of this allocated site, including on the setting of Elmswell Hall. Historic England were concerned with the impact of the proposal on the open landscape setting of the church, but with regard to the reduction of housing and adjustments, Historic England are now content to rely on the council's own heritage advice. The officer we consider this to be important in terms of there is harm identified, but also consider that a significant public benefit offers very much outweighs the harm identified. In terms of other matters, the county flood and water management team do not object to the scheme, subject to conditions, and they are put into the recommendation before members, and there's no reason to withhold the principle of development on flood or drainage grounds. Lastly, I need to point out the planning balance detailed in the report. I encourage members to read through that and be very clear in terms of the planning balance in this case. I won't say word to word what it says here because it will take a while. But in conclusion, officers consider there is a significant package of public benefit proposed, and the development will secure up to 86 houses, including car parking, open space, 35% affordable housing, a set mix of housing for both affordable and market housing to meet the housing team requirements, a site for early years provision, a new school contribution, extensive road widening to ensure this road is safer for all existing and proposed use, significant provision of cycle and footway link towards the strategic goal of the Elmswell and Woolpit link, and an option of increasing that further around the church, junction improvements, and further contribution for further improvements of the signals if necessary. And so in conclusion, and thank you for bearing with me, it is recommended as approval as set out in your reports. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, John. Okay, questions on what's been put before us. Tim, Councillor Passmore, you're first.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, just looking at page 39, and thank you, John, for that comprehensive explanation of the site. Question I've got, could you just elaborate a little bit more for me? If you look at page 39, it's got various conditions and so on. And at the bottom there, you put ecology enhancement measures to be agreed. We talked earlier about hedgehog fencing, swift owl bees, etc., which we are all, I'm absolutely sure, in favour of. What sort of landscaping and so on would be there? It's a little bit vague to me when it says ecology enhancement measures to be agreed. What sort of things have the planning team got in mind for that, please? Thank you.
The proposal obviously has in terms of the parameters plan, we have obviously got an extensive landscape buffer area that would need to be included in this, and that's demonstrated as possible to be resolved when landscaping comes forward in the reserve matters. In terms of ecology, then there's, given the space that's going to be put aside essentially for that, you have got extensive opportunity to put a range of ecology mitigation schemes within that. I am not, though, an expert on what may or may not come forward in terms of that. And I don't think I can really sufficiently answer that question much further, other than say that the reason we put the conditions on is to deal with that at a later date. The principle of the development in the first place being outlined, it isn't going to be there's no principal issue against the ecology that would cause us to want to refuse this application at outline stage.
Thank you, John. Matthew, may I just ask another quick supplementary question regarding landscaping? If it were to go ahead and that road were to be extended, you showed us that picture of that rather fine oak tree that would have to be taken out. Would that include some softening and landscaping on a new road if it were to go ahead? And how could we make sure that it was done really well, so it's a really good scheme? Thank you.
So landscaping would cover all of the red line plan, which includes all of the road widening area. So with the opportunity, therefore, to ensure that there is replacement landscaping that goes along the line of the new cycleway, it will be available to members to consider in the future. In fairness, we haven't really looked at what you could put along there in any real detail, only to make sure the opportunity is there to look at that at a later date. It is actually very open. It's a very strange thing, actually. It's a weird thing to say here, but you've got a very open landscape along that particular stretch of road. So it relies on what is on the other side of the road, which is actually quite green. So you've got a lot of trees and the open space that is on the other side of the road. Now, interestingly enough, one part of the open space is another allocation. So if houses come along on that side of the road, it will degrade perhaps the backdrop of the open landscape. So it is important, and I completely agree with you, to ensure that the opportunity to put softening trees, even if just strategically a few trees and other types of vegetation along there, because you've got the future consideration of the allocation to come, which isn't part of this application at all. So it is important to get that road right, but at the moment, though, there is quite a significant backdrop of landscaping, not just what might be in the foreground, and at the moment the oak tree is pretty much the only one along that stretch that sort of sits there as a landscape feature. It's unfortunate. I can't. We did look at it, trying to work out if there's another way of doing it, but without, even if you put the cycleway to go round it in some form, you have a problem with the widening of the road in any event. So it's not very easy to deal with that, unfortunately.
John, can I just ask a follow-up question then on that very point? So could we condition that 5 oak trees had to be planted to replace the one that's being taken down or anything like that under landscaping?
Yes, so you certainly can do that.
So that there's some sort of that's within our. We could do that, could we?
You could say in terms of the landscape reserve matters, it shall include as a minimum 5 oak trees. I don't mind that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Okay, keep going. Councillor Muller, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions, John, please. Thank you for your presentation, which is really helpful. Regarding the provision of the cycle lane, can you confirm, please, whether this will just run along School Road to the junction of Church Road if the proposal to widen the road is approved, or if the secured option to route it around the church is taken up? Will that mean that it will just come onto the main road that with no other cycle provision for the time being?
Yes, I'm just thinking of what might be best to. Let me share my screen again. Unfortunately, to switch between my agenda and the presentation, I have to keep switching one to the other. So I've only got one screen in front of me. Bear with me, and if I just share again, so that one. So just if it comes up. Right. So in terms of, I just need to do that, otherwise you see everything. That's it. Right. So the cycle lane, just to put it into context, will run all the way down to this point, which is the junction itself. There, and what we've done is we've secured, if it turns out from the Highways Authority or from the involvement of the community that having the cycle lane spill out at this point, because the connection to the cycle lane from here and then down to the roundabout and onto Woolpit isn't ideal, and it would be more ideal to bring it across to Church Lane rather than which is a less busy road. I'll probably be told that it isn't, but it appeared to be a less busier road than the Church Road itself. Then that option is available. So we would take the road all the way down to this point, and then it would the cycleway would come around and release the cyclist out onto Church Lane to be picked up by another link in the cycle network when that is secured. So essentially, it gives us two options. And in one way, you could actually have them come out on here, but still come round here. It's available both ways, really. But the point here, in terms of this outline, is that we have the option. And that option is then ready to be taken forward, depending on what happens along the rest of the potential network that is trying to be created between Woolpit and Elmswell.
Thank you for that, John. If I may sort of come back with a second question.
Yes.
This may be more relevant to reserve matters, but looking through the conditions on page 39, I was thinking about electrical charging points for vehicles on this estate. What provision there would be for those, bearing in mind we obviously be looking to cut back on the use of diesel and fuel, etc.
I thought I'd put that in.
I was trying to look through the list. I didn't see that specifically mentioned.
No, but so what we've got here is sustainable efficiency measures.
Okay.
Now, if we want to include electric car charging points, that's not a problem.
Yes, I think that would be quite a good idea.
We can discuss that in the debate stage.
Yeah,
that's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions, if I may. You had a lot to say about the junction at School Road, etc., etc. What you didn't tell us was what its capacity is at the moment, and what the proposed capacity is. You mentioned some improvements to it to encourage people to use it. What you haven't elaborated on is its capacity currently and proposed. The other question I had was, you seem to suggest there was a conflict with the emerging neighbourhood plan and the emerging joint local plan on this site. Have you assessed what impact will be had on the emerging neighbourhood plan from the approval of this site? Thank you.
Right, in terms of the capacity of the junction, and again, I'm not going to claim I'm a highways expert, but I understand it's not at capacity yet. And if this development was on its own and nothing else was happening in Elmswell, it would be fine. It would still not go over capacity. However, this development has to consider everything else that's going on as well. And if you were to take all the development and the potential development and take that forward, this junction would go over capacity if it wasn't improved. Therefore, improvements are part of the proposal before members. If the debate, as I understand it, is the signalling. Now, that is why we've put it as a fund rather than sorted to say, yes, we're definitely going to have it now. If the estimates of development growth in Elmswell are completely carried out to the fullest extent and beyond, then signalling, regardless of this development, will be needed at this junction. And so, to have funding available for that is considered to be a benefit, and that funding would have to come from other sources as well in the other allocations. And I think in the joint local plan, emerging joint local plan, it is now part of those allocations to come. So there's different ways of looking at it in terms of the capacity. Capacity right now is okay. In terms of all the other development coming forward, there would be a problem. Hence why if this development is essentially not looking at its own burden, but actually trying to help out lots of other things as well, which I think makes it a significant benefit in terms of the improvements coming forward. In terms of the neighbourhood plan, the neighbourhood plan is not really a stage that has specific policies in place for any conflict, in my opinion. But we did take time, and I will say this, it's taken 2.5 years to get here. We did take time to look at the aspiration for a relief road, and part of that aspiration, because I know the parish council have got plans for the road and how it could go forward and go through this site. I think they've got costings as well, but they have not been embodied into a relevant stage neighbourhood plan for us to say there's a conflict between the two. But we've explored it ultimately, and what we have though is a current position in policy terms that it is not on the table, and it is not something that the Highways Authority either have supported, and ultimately you'd need their support to take that forward. So it is an ideal, but it is not something concrete enough that we have given it significant weight. It has some weight, but not significant weight, and that is your officer's recommendation to take forward. We do also feel that there's alternatives. If necessary, that you can push the road further out, and it can come across or go under the railway line in different ways. Obviously, there may be different costs associated with that, but we're into hypothetical elements at that point. But what we have before us is the current application at the current time. That's all.
Thank you. So I think you answered to say there was no conflict with the emerging neighbourhood plan.
I can't say that I can't actually say that. I think there is a degree of a conflict between the aspirations of the parish council and their aspirations for their neighbourhood plan, but their neighbourhood plan is not at a stage where it has got any real weight that we could say it is in conflict. I'm not saying there's no conflict, because I think that would be unfair, and it's unfair to the work the parish council have put forward. But ultimately, having gone through this many times, we do not have the county on board. We do not have your policy team on board, and we have, evident and indications that it's not required at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions.
Hello?
I think we've lost you, Councillor Mayor. Looks like you've frozen. Councillor Mayor, if you turn your camera off and you're going to mute, see if that gives you, then come back in again, maybe just your voice. Nope. Not going to work. Okay, what we'll do is we'll go on to Councillor Field with questions.
Sorry, Chairman, this is the legal advisor. Can we just make sure Councillor Mayor is still, at the very least, hearing everything? Because obviously he needs to hear everything to participate.
Sorry, I think I'm back now. I don't.
You are
know
back.
What happened there.
Okay, well, leave your camera off and just use your voice.
Okay. Okay, lovely.
There we go.
I don't know how much you caught of what I was talking about. Signalling.
You need to start all over again. We didn't get any of it.
Okay, right. Money's available for signalling if it's required, but I note in the papers that there's a comment along the lines: if after further detailed investigation, signals are not an option. Are we sure that signals are an option on the junction down at School and Church Road?
I don't understand this question. Sorry.
Well, you said there's money available for signalling, but in the paperwork,
yes,
there's a comment suggesting that signalling might not be an option on this junction, that it might not work. Or I misread.
Okay, so signalling in terms of its technicality of working does work. We've got a plan, actually, the applicant and their highways advisors have provided plans, and we can put signals, should they be required, onto the junction. And the improvements to the junction kind of lead up to potential signalling of it as well at a later date. However, the conflict with the signalling is actually to do with heritage more than anything else. If you've got a church and the almshouses just next door to this junction, and then you have a kind of fairly modern urbanized signalling scheme put in its place. And I think the resistance really generally is trying to not want that, because it kind of conflicts with the setting in heritage terms. So we've had conflicts. At one point we said, let's put it in for this scheme, and then we've had to go over the highways details many times, and we've come to the conclusion that it's not necessary at this stage, but it might be necessary later on if all the other developments come forward in Elmswell and maybe a little bit beyond that. So that the highways, we've been on this sort of tipping balance with Highways Authority for some time over whether the signals are actually a certainty or not. So the best solution we could find with this application was to not lose the opportunity for funding for them, which is what is presented to members. But equally, if they come forward, there will be a issue potentially with conflict over the setting of the church and almshouses, which would have to be looked at the time that the signalling is decided upon. There is also the consideration that putting signals in here means that you will find queuing along Churchill Road itself. So as you're going up the hill from the A14, you will come across traffic which you won't initially have never expected, because at the moment you can run straight through. So it does pose a very different relationship for that junction if signals are come forward. But again, that is not actually what's proposed here. We're just proposing to seek money for them for that decision to happen at another time.
Okay, thank you. My second question is about the access. How far is it from the access road to the corner? Do you feel that with the road being widened, that cars are going to increase their speeds, and that distance doesn't seem to be very far?
Is on the plan. I can get that for you in just a moment if you bear with me. I
suppose the bottom line is highways are happy with that distance.
Yes. Is it 64 meters? Is that? I think that is the two distances for the visibility, 67 and 64. Can you see that on screen? Do I need to?
We can see that.
Sorry,
you can see 67 and 64.
Yeah, and you've got the visibilities up here as well. So essentially, that is the proposal. Obviously, the widening of the road, and what's not very clear on here is just how much wider this road actually is. It's essentially another lane out, and it goes around the whole of the corner here. So you've got this. I don't know if anyone has driven along here, but when I've been obviously driving around Elmswell for many years, but when you drive around this corner, you're coming uphill as you come out round here, and as cars come in the opposite direction at the moment, you have this immediate thing of crumbs are going to hit this car as I come around the corner, because you're that tight to this corner at this current time. Whereas obviously the widening of this allows you to go further out and come around. Therefore, you get in terms of visibility, technical terms, that's suitable. And people coming in and out of here have got far more visibility to see cars coming around this corner. Whether cars will speed up, well, they shouldn't do. It's 30 miles an hour, but that is a consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Field.
Thank you. Councillor Muller's covered a number of the things that I was concerned about, but just to continue with that a bit, the issue about highways, I have some concern that one of the elements of our decision is signalling, which it sounds though will never occur. So I'd like to be certain from the officer that this junction is within capacity, both at the moment, which is clear, with the developments which are so far approved and perhaps in the local plan, plus this development. Quite accept that there may be some future development as yet unimagined that could put it over capacity, but just what is its capacity limits now, clearly, so that I'm not, and the other councillors are not confused about that. Is it within capacity now? Within the papers, there were the comments that Councillor Muller mentioned. There are also ones about the validity of the simulation of traffic flows at this point, questioning the use of particular software compared with that the county normally uses. I'd like to be clear that county highways are really satisfied with this, and that if we are talking about the need for signalling, we should recognise that now. We should not fudge the decision so that none of us are really quite sure what the proposals are. Thank you.
Okay. The Highways, I can't speak for the Highways Authority. The Highways Authority are not objecting to the scheme before you in terms of the capacity of the traffic in Elmswell, and that is taking into account the cumulative effect of traffic within Elmswell. The modelling, and we can the debate over modelling can go, you know, every direction there is. Ultimately, there is a degree of error potentially with any modelling, and it is that degree of error that we are essentially saying we want a reserve point to have signalling if it's needed, because we would rather, if we were told, let's put it another way, if this proposal said we're not doing signalling at all, we would probably accept that, because ultimately there is no evidence that is needed right now. But if the modelling is slightly wrong, and this is how I understand it, and it's far more comes into Elmswell than expected, that signalling will be needed. But at least this way, we've got some money for it or towards it. And that's what we would probably do for future development as well, to make sure that that is in place to ensure the improvements of this junction happen suitably and safely. Now, I'd rather take that opportunity now as a benefit. But if you're asking me the question as right now, as far as I understand, the signalling is not required and we are fine.
Okay, thank you
but
for
it's
that.
a benefit that heritage may prevent ever coming to fruition. I should just explain, I've got an issue in my division and another one I know of where highways are accepting suggestions which we know will never come to pass. So one needs to be a bit cautious. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. I have several. If I could perhaps start with the two that are on highways and related to what discussion that's already, or the questions that have already been coming forward. On page 24, highways do seem to be saying that the junction exceeds operational capacity in the AM peak hour. And if we look to page 118, which is the detail on that, the approximately 18 car lengths of tailback was actually 14 months ago that was being reported. So I think we're already bound to wonder whether things have got worse since 14 months ago. So that's one on highways, and the other one on highways is if we go to page 31, or possibly really page 114, there is a question of the cumulative scenario for Elmswell is posing a question about the A14 A1088 capacity junction, which shook me rather, as it always seems such a huge junction already, but it is there on page 114. So I would ask members to to just keep an eye on that and perhaps hear what we can be told at this stage about it.
Okay, thank you, John.
Can I, sorry,
Yes,
may I
please
come in on that? This is the problem with trying to put all the paperwork into a bundle because we have to be transparent. So if I was to just pick up on the fact that the assessment that Councillor Matterson was picking up was earlier, you need to look at the later responses from the county since that time. And they should be in order. So page 109 is the later one. I'm just double checking there wasn't the other one that I've summarised isn't later than that still. So I didn't realise the bundle has come out of order on here until now. Let me come back. Okay, so I'm not sure if that's the most up to date. Bear with me. I've just got to try and find it.
Page 109 does still actually just draw its information from the page 118, actually, just looking at it.
One moment.
It recites the original.
We've since then we've gone. July is too soon. There should be a later one. Bear with me. Apologies for this, members. Let's find it. August. Highways. Can I come back to that question because I need to double check there's something missing or not. Okay, hang on one moment. Highways response. So the the latest one is the 21st of July, but we've
in the bundle we've got the 10th of July.
Sorry, 10th of July is the most up to date.
21st in there.
No, sorry, the 10th of July is the most up to date.
Okay.
That's fine.
Which is on page 109 of the papers.
Yeah.
So do you just want to talk through the comments around the first section where they talk about the original transport assessment, John, please?
One moment. I need to take this off sharing. Sorry, I'm trying to operate between two mobile phones and my one screen to share.
Fine, just take it off sharing. If you can please refer yourself to page 109 of the papers. Just talk through the comments section.
That's right.
Right. Okay. So the first section of the response from the Highways Authority does indicate the current operational capacity of the School Road and Church Road Junction. And as you can see from the photographs, there is queuing of that junction that does occur, and obviously when I was there at 9 o'clock that was taking place as well. that queuing per se, though, doesn't say that it's over capacity and can't be and more development can't take place. But no one actually defines how much queuing means something is over capacity. There are alternative routes available, of course, but of course, given where the location of this site is, it is unlikely that they're going to travel around the village to get to the A14. They're going to go straight down the road to that junction. The proposal here in terms of the highways obviously do obviously, like say, the safety of the road would be improved, but it doesn't necessarily improve the capacity of the junction itself, and the queuing would remain. We did look at, it's also talking about a mini roundabout junction. We did look at that as an option, but there's insufficient intervisibility available to put a roundabout in there. So what this is then saying is that there is a proposal to introduce the travel signals. We had got the plan to show where those signals could go. And that we've got something that could possibly come forward on that basis. But at this moment in time, the Highways Authority has said there is not an option that they're looking at without looking at other road improvements first, which is what essentially we've got in front of us. And there may be other improvements beyond that.
So John, just to be clear, so what they're saying is the widening of Church Road School Road, is that the mitigation? Or is the mitigation, is that the mitigation? Because it talks about the mini roundabout signalling. So yeah. What is the mitigation to solve the problem at the site?
Yeah. There is nothing proposed that solves the capacity of the junction. There's proposals to improve the safety of the junction. Stops a lorry sitting in the middle of the road, as shown on the photographs. That is the problem at the moment. So the safety of the junction will be improved. The safety of the road as a whole will be improved because it'll be widened. But we have all that before us. In terms of the capacity of the actual junction, no, that is not affected by this proposal.
Okay, but the paragraph in 109, the paragraph in 109 doesn't talk about safety. It talks about mitigation. It talks about 18 car lengths on school road. Nowhere in there does it talk about safety. But then it goes on to say to mitigate this, some form of mitigation is the widening of the road, the mini roundabout, or the signals. That's the way I read it. I haven't read anything in there that talks about safety. Yeah. So are we saying the widening of the road is sufficient mitigation? That's really the question.
Scheme, yes. For this scheme, yes.
Okay.
Because but in terms of the basis of the application,
it does say it would not improve capacity quite explicitly.
No, but it is mitigation, requires a form of mitigation. Okay, John, any more questions?
Yeah, we have the second point that I asked about. There was this reference to the 1088 A14 junction, which, as I say, was a bit of a surprise. So that's I'd like
what's
to
the
hear.
Question, John? What's the question? What's the question?
The question is that being dealt with in any way, because it is mentioned as an issue on page 114. It says on page 114, and this is from the County Highways in June, there is still an outstanding issue with the capacity of the 1088 A14 junction remains unevidenced. It's likely to function within capacity, but potentially not with the cumulative development scenario. So I just wondered where we are in the scale between the current and the cumulative development scenario. Really, I mean, it's a bit fundamental that if we're getting to the point of straight.
Let's get an answer for you, John. Let's get an answer.
So that's not in the updated response that I can see. And also, as far as the Highways Agency is concerned, which would be with regard to the A14, we don't have any objections from them.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Shall I move on to my completely different question?
Yes, please.
Right, that is in terms of the site. What is the orientation of the land, and has the developer taken that into consideration at all in thinking about the potential way in which the site should be developed?
I can't answer that question on the basis that this layout is not included. But in terms of the indicative layout, I can put that on screen again. But ultimately, a lot of them would be orientated to pick up on the point here being made in terms of the reference to the MPPF. I think there's a lot of potential that because of the fact that it's west, that the sun comes around obviously south to east, and we've got the fact that this whole development site is on that axis. So in terms of potential, and I think the indicative plan shows a good degree of the properties pointing in the right direction, even on an indicative plan, to pick up on solar gain. That definitely can be taken forward. I can't see a principal reason why it couldn't be taken forward as a key element of the design when it comes to the reserved matters of layout at this stage.
Well, maybe we'd be hearing from the applicant, presumably, so we can perhaps ask a little bit more there.
We can. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matheson. Councillor Stringer.
Also, hello. Oh, is this working? Hello. Oh no, it's not working.
It's working.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. I couldn't hear anything from you. Sorry. Just wanted to. I don't want to dwell on the highways issue, silly amount. But there does seem to be. I don't know. We're not able to get a straight answer, which I'm finding really difficult. The response from the County Council Highways, initial response, had issues over capacity at a junction that then was sorted out in between two documents because they didn't mention it in the second one. Therefore, we're being told we can ignore it. Fine. We're also just been told by the case officer that the highways officer is suggesting that the capacity issue is resolved by people voting with which way they use the route out of this site. Yet the case officer is saying that's not going to happen. I'm nearly there.
Okay.
Can I just then be assured that the case officer is correct and we ignore what the highways officer says? Because if people do vote and go a different way out of this site and they're heading west, they still end up at School Road Junction. So I just want, and we are being told by the highways officer that this road is at capacity, if not above. So I think we need a straight answer. Who's right, the case officer or the highways officer?
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm perfectly honest, I am not a highways expert in any shape or form. And I do look at, when I'm presented with modelling data, and I'm looking at the peak flows and I'm looking at all the rest of it, I have to deal with a vast range of different subjects, and ultimately I'm not an expert on highways. We have an expert on highways in the room, who has come with the applicant, and some of these questions probably would be best sitting there. I have to rely, as your officer, on the county, because the county are the highways authority in the way that the structure of the council works, and everything in front of us is there, and I do not have an objection from the highways authority to this scheme. I can't get into the detail. I'm not qualified to do so, and if we need more, then we're going to have to defer this item and come back, because I don't have the highways in the room to give you those answers.
I think that's a point well made. Okay, Now, I don't have any other questions on the presentation that we've had. It is basically we've got 12 minutes and we want to close the meeting in 6-7 minutes. So what I propose is to go to the first speaker, which is from the Parish Council. And then after the Parish Council, we will then take the break, which should give everyone the time they need. So can I ask Mr. Peter Dow, if you could turn your camera on, please.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, we can. And can I ask Robert to start the clock when Mr. Dow starts? Okay, over to you.
Local plan policies are often downgraded by developers as being out of date or not yet fully formed and therefore don't carry weight. In this case, the argument is made that the application before you is supported by the local plan policies as it is part of the land allocations suggested in the emerging JLP. Since that document was formulated, development pressure has dramatically altered the backdrop of the built environment of Elmswell. Specifically in this case, the permission granted for a further 65 dwellings on the bacon factory site on land which does not lie within the draft land allocations of the JLP. Elmswell has long awaited acceptance that the tipping point in its growth is reached, and that barring exceptional measures to remediate development pressures, enough is enough. Very recently, the community celebrated the initial decision unanimously agreed by District Council members that this point had been reached with regard to these extra 65 houses on the bacon factory site. The decision was reversed as a result of pressure from the developer, and the result imposes pressures which are not allowed for in the thinking which informed the original JLP draft. These pressures are most significantly in primary education, where despite the suggestion that Elmswell children will thrill to the possibility of a shiny new school in Woolpit, the reality of 2 20-minute bus or car journeys through our tortuous road network and over A14, the village simply sees a denial of proper community education, allowing the crucial out-of-school opportunities it affords. And clearly, as we've been hearing, in terms of highways infrastructure, on 2 significant counts. When the bacon factory development for 190 dwellings was granted permission in 2016, provision was very specifically made for the estate road junction with Ashfield Road to be capable of dealing with the traffic generated by a future relief road bridging the railway directly to A14. The very recent permission for the extra 65 houses similarly reserves land for a relief road. Such a road has been a long-held aspiration, and the draft Elmswell neighbourhood plan currently with your officers includes at paragraph 8.1 and elsewhere the justification for the Western Relief Road, backed by the assertion from Suffolk County Council Highways that it is essential that detailed consideration be given to the delivery of a relief road, including the identification and protection of a corridor. The application before members effectively and absolutely removes the long-established corridor. It kills off at a stroke any chance of a future relief road. For the sake of some 20 dwellings, which this application seeks to be built across that route, Elmswell is forced to accept ever-increasing traffic flows and congestion with no chance of significant mitigation in the future. Secondly, we are threatened with more dangerous pressure from this congestion. The Parish Council has itself commissioned professional traffic assessments which clearly accord with the County Council Highways view that at least one of the pinch points in the road system, the School Road, Church Road junction at the almshouses, is very close to or above its safe operating capacity.
Sorry, Mr. Dow, that is the 3 minutes. Could you do your last sentence, please?
On behalf of the village, Elmswell Parish Council asks that members refuse this iteration of development on this site in the hope that a more considered view might yield fewer dwellings, allowing for the retention of the relief road corridor and lessening the ever-increasing highways danger.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, I'm going to take one question from Councillor Matheson, but we will stop at 5 to 11. So, Mr. Dow, we may have questions for you after the 15-minute break. So, Councillor Matheson.
Fine, thank you. Yes, the planning officer suggested that the parish had got a costing broadly for the relief road scheme, and I wondered whether, in looking at those options, you had any idea what the uplift to an option that would still be feasible if this development goes ahead? And is it 30% more or 10% or 100% more than it would be with what you want to do?
Okay.
Yes, Councillor, we have considered the option of going further north from Ashfield Road, and the cost is absolutely prohibitive. We were talking of bringing the relief road in at the time within a cost of less than £10 million. You would pay at least that to acquire the land to find an alternative route. So 10 plus 10 would be 20 plus the extra length of the build cost.
Okay.
Thank you
for that. Any other questions for the Parish Council? Yes, Councillor Stringer.
I asked the same question that I asked John Pateman G. Is this proposal in conflict with your draft neighbourhood plan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dow. Well, it is 6 minutes to 11, so I propose that we take a break and resume back here at 10 minutes past 11 so that we can observe Remembrance Day. Thank you, and see you at 10 past 11. And welcome back. Okay, so following on from questions to the Parish Council, we don't have a representative who wishes to speak as an objector. We don't have a supporter, but we do have the agent, James Bailey, to speak. Mr. Bailey, if you could turn on your camera, please, and your mic.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see me? Okay.
Not yet. Okay, yep, you've now come on. Okay, so you have 3 minutes. Over to you.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, Chair, members. The site at School Road, Elmswell, you are considering today was submitted to Mid Suffolk District Council back in May 2018. And here we are, nearly 2.5 years later, with a significantly different proposal than was originally submitted. This is as a result of the District Council, the County Council and the applicant, Christchurch Land and Estates, all being willing to work together to develop a better, more suitable and ultimately a more sustainable development than was initially put forward. The scheme before you this morning is an outline application for 86 units, which is a reduction from the 105 originally proposed. It now includes 30 affordable dwellings with a housing mix and a type that is supported by Mid Suffolk officers. It also includes 8 bungalows within the scheme. Although this is an outline application, it is felt that it would be appropriate to condition the housing mix and the type that has been discussed and agreed at length with officers. And if this is something that members may wish to consider, as this greatly assists future house builders when they're looking to purchase and develop sites. An area of land for a preschool has also been identified at the request of Suffolk County Council, which is located towards the centre of the site. The overall site area has been reduced, and there is increased landscaping and open spaces provided throughout. Highways improvements are being proposed to the Church Road and School Road junction, as well as further improvements along School Road, including road widening and additional road markings. A key element of the proposal, though, is the opportunity for Mid Suffolk to achieve a significant delivery of the Woolpit Elmswell footpath cycleway as part of the Suffolk County Council's cycle strategy. It can be seen that the applicant has worked hard to engage with officers, members, statutory consultees, Elmswell Parish Council and local residents. However, it's equally important to remember that since the original application was submitted in 2018, the site is now an identified allocation in the emerging joint local plan. It was previously identified as allocation LA 065 in 2019 and remains the same allocation in the current version of the joint local plan that's due to start its regulation 19 stage of consultation tomorrow. Therefore, there is an element of reliance and expectation that this site will be brought forward at some point in the future. Overall, this site has been progressed over several years with officers and members through a genuine and positive working relationship. This has included close working with officers from the County Council's Floods and Highways team, and we are grateful for their assistance. There is no objection from either of these two organisations there. This is as a result, we now have a scheme that has a unique opportunity to deliver some key infrastructure for Elmswell by providing a mix of housing types, including bungalows, the provision of land for a preschool, highways improvements, and most critically, an important part of the footpath and cycle link between Elmswell and Woolpit. I would therefore...
The last sentence, please.
And it is my last sentence, Chair. I would respectfully request that members endorse officers' recommendations and approve the application. And I thank you very much for your time. And if you do have any questions, myself or our highways consultant are here.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to come on to that to say that we do have the applicant does have their highways agent here as well, who can answer any questions that members may wish to raise with the applicant's agent. Okay, thank you for that. So do we have any questions at all for the agent or for their... Yes, Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. Good to see you again, James. We are the route of the proposed footpath and cycleway. Is that now clearly defined and agreed? And 2, can someone explain to me how widening a road increases its capacity?
Okay, the first question, I'm not sure the papers have ever said it widens, it talks about what increasing capacity, it's just about mitigation of the junction. But anyway, okay, James, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Stringer, on there. What we have is we have a defined route on the the sort of western boundary, I think, as John has described it, where we can get the footpath and cycleway in. It is unfortunate, but that goes down the area of where that solitary oak is. But we then, over the course of recent months, have the option to actually add additional footpath and cycle link round the rear of the almshouses and the church. Now, I think your question was, is that defined? And the answer is no. We haven't defined exactly where it would be. We haven't defined the landscaping, as Councillor Passmore mentioned, and equally, we haven't defined the type of material, all of which would be very, very important, particularly from a heritage perspective as well. I think the answer to the question is they are there in this outline application as possibilities for you to consider on there. So I hope that answers that particular question for Councillor Stringer in terms of, is it defined on a plan as of yet? No, it is an indicative route of where it would be, and there is opportunity for it to be provided. It is in the landowner's ownership and gift to do that. If you would like, Chair, would you like me to introduce our highways consultant who might be able to help with the second question?
Yeah, please.
Fantastic. Well, that is a lady, Victoria Balboa from Pearl Frischman. And Victoria, if you're able to jump on and take over, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning. In terms of the question about capacity, road widening can have a small measure of capacity improvement up to a limited amount. That's not what we're suggesting would happen here. At the moment, the junction does become sort of blocked by large vehicles, and so it isn't able to operate to its sort of maximum theoretical capacity. So by widening the road, we would actually be sort of improving its capacity as such, in that we would be allowing vehicles to pass each other, and the road would no longer be blocked. But it's not what we would traditionally call a capacity improvement. So the junction will operate better as a result of the widening.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
So, sorry, could I have some clarity on that? Yeah, the first sentence of the presentation, John Pateman G said that 2 vehicles can pass on this road. So could I have clarity? Is it a selective 2 vehicles that are passed on this road?
I think John, I think, and Councillor Stringer and John did say in the presentation it depended on the size of the vehicle, and he could talk about some vehicles going up on the pavement. He was very clear, and he showed that in his presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, John, you want to come in?
I was just going to say that ultimately 2 cars can pass on this road at the current time, and obviously I've witnessed all of that. It's just that if you've got a fairly large HGV coming at you one way and you're in a small car, ultimately you might be able to squeeze past without going on the pavement, but I saw on site that people were mounting the pavement very slightly in order to just give them that leeway to ensure that they weren't being threatened by the oncoming larger vehicle. So it is tight, and that is what I witnessed on site. Obviously, as the highways response says, the widening of the junction itself as well, and would actually accommodate the safe movement of HGVs, and it's HGVs that are probably the more problematic issue as far as the widening of the road and the junction is concerned.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next question up. Now, for some reason, Tim, your name has appeared in a totally different section of my hands up. So you've turned your camera. I'll go to you next, but I don't know if you were next because
I think I might
go to you.
That's okay. Right. Thanks, Matthew. I just want to touch on James's point. He mentioned it about the landscaping and softening. Just for completeness, I just want to effectively eyeball you, James. If this scheme were to be granted, there is that commitment to make sure we have a really good landscaping scheme to soften the impact, as I said earlier. I just need to ask you that, as I say, for completeness. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councillor Passmore, and the answer is it must be on there. We know how sensitive it is around that area. I think it follows on from Councillor Stringer's similar point. A very important scheme that has footpaths, cycleways and linked with landscaping needs to be brought forward, and we could do that at the reserved matter stage, and we're quite happy that could be part of the condition that needs to be done, but that I can guarantee that is the important thing that would need to be finished on there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson, you were next. Right, question.
Thank you. If it was technically feasible from highway perspectives and all that sort of thing, would the landowner be prepared to to include a little more land in order to take the cycle path around the oak tree rather than removing it entirely.
I think we've got to be careful here because John Payman-G did say in his presentation that wasn't possible. But
can I come in on that one,
yeah,
if I may, Chairman?
Yeah.
It might be easier to put the photograph of the tree up, but ultimately the tree itself is virtually on the road. You've got a very narrow path there at the moment that's just about squeezing between the base of the tree and the road itself. So it is actually, if you could possibly take the path and the cycleway around the tree, but you then the bit you gain for the road isn't much. And essentially, the road itself conflicts with the tree. It isn't, we could take the cycle path if that was available to us. It's not at the moment, I'll be honest. But if it was available to us to take the cycle path and the path around the tree, fine. You'd be intruding into the field somewhat, but you could do that. But it's actually the physical road width that would then conflict with the root system and the tree anyway, because you're trying to widen the road, and you've got to actually also create a road that's stable for the level of traffic and the weight of the traffic, HGVs, for example, as well, and that's going to conflict with the tree. There is, I didn't say you couldn't save the tree. You might be able to save the tree, but the likelihood of that is fairly high that you're not going to save that tree in a real practical way.
Let's have the agent just come in on that.
Could we have the actual answer to the willingness in principle?
Absolutely. The answer is we'd certainly be willing there if it can be proven to be saved. I think that John's hit the nail on the head in practical terms. I don't think it's going to be one that would actually work. Once you've dug up the bits of the road, you've improved it on there. Is that tree going to die and perhaps cause more of a safety issue later on? However, I can guarantee that we would be willing to work with it if it was going to be solved in an engineering solution.
Yeah, thank you. The ward member tells me that the land opposite on the other side of the road is actually owned by Mid Suffolk District Council, so we may come back to that in the debate. Thank you.
Sorry, John, I'm sure you weren't just told that during the meeting. That was before the meeting. Councillor Field.
Yeah, that's true, Chair, but I'll be asking it again when the ward member appears.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. Can I just return to the highways issues for a moment? A question really to the Victoria. We've seen some pictures of a small amount of queuing at this junction. Highways have quoted queues of 18 vehicles. They've said that the junction is over capacity, and we all know that if you know anything of queuing theory, that the lengths of queues increase rapidly over capacity. So I'm really seeking a clear answer. Are the changes proposed in this plan sufficient to keep the junction within capacity limits, or is it essential to install signalling? And that signalling clearly has some cash available, but the impression I get is it's actually not likely to be delivered, or very unlikely to be delivered. So are we relying on a myth? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Do you want to come in, please?
So just to answer your questions then, so at the moment, the junction doesn't go over capacity. The queuing that happens at the moment is because the junction isn't large enough to accommodate the HGVs. So the road widening will address that issue, and the junction will continue to be under capacity. Our development itself doesn't take the junction over capacity, and the widening will improve the queuing situation. What the signalisation is referring to is in the future, so when we look at the future scenario, in a worst case scenario, if all the developments come forward that are predicted to come forward in Elmswell, by the year 2023, there will be an increase in pressure on vehicles using School Road. And it's only in the morning for half an hour as people come out of their houses and they want to get to the A14, they'll drive down School Road and they'll want to turn right to get to the A14. Now, in a worst case scenario, there is a scenario where everybody makes that choice to use School Road instead of coming round onto Church Road itself, and that 18 vehicle queue is our prediction of that worst case scenario. In reality, we think it's actually quite unlikely to happen, but as a backstop, if it does happen, we're offering funding towards mitigation in the future. So this isn't just our development causing these capacity problems, it's all of the increased traffic in Elmswell as a result of all of the developments that might come forward. And if that does happen, we are offering mitigation towards that. But in reality, it's a worst case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair,
Thank you for that.
Chair, may I just add a quick
Councillor
point?
Stringer. Oh, sorry, John. Yeah, then Councillor Stringer.
Yeah. Sorry, just very quickly. I think I should offer an apology. I think I've stumbled around on this highway matter that I didn't mean to, and I think I possibly have added a bit of confusion into this. Let's just say it's my relief to finally get this application here. And like I said, I do apologise. Can I just say that everything that's just been said is in fact exactly what is said on page 109 from the Highways Authority themselves. You know, they are, if you take the first paragraph and look at that, and please, I do ask members to read it in carefully, what they're talking about is the modelling and the capacity that would be exceeded at the peak AM flow if the modelling came forward, and that is with the accumulative development. So it is all there. It's just not come out perhaps the best way from me in my presentation, and I apologise formally for that. But it just, if you read through the Highways comment on page 109 from the top to the bottom, it talks about that very clearly, and it does put the reality of what this capacity is for this junction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Field, did you want to come back?
I was just going to comment that cumulative developments occur one at a time. No, I'm debating. Okay. I'll stop.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, I think we're slowly sort of corralling this issue into one word. Can I now have someone define to me what they mean by cumulative? Do they mean the cumulative ones that already have permission, or the ones that may get a grant of permission in the future?
You may. Does John, do you want to come in on that, please?
The agent may correct me if I'm wrong here, but the cumulative, as I understood we were working to, was all the ones that have been given approval, all the ones that are planning applications currently with us, and all of the ones that are in the direction of the allocations that are within your draft emerging local plan. That is the development taken into account in the modelling, but I would ask the agent confirms that that's the modelling that has taken them into account.
Can you just confirm that, please?
Yes, I can. That's exactly right. The cumulative is all of those things that John has just outlined on there, and hopefully that gives Councillor Stringer a peace of mind that we've tried to model. I think, as Victoria was mentioning, the worst case scenario, which is over many years, including the local plan allocations as well.
Thank you very much for that clarity.
Right. So just to clarify, we do not have an assessment of this proposal plus already approved.
It's bigger than that. It's just been, Andrew, it's just been clearly laid out what is included in the modelling. Okay, any other questions at all for the agent? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to the ward members. We have two. We have Councillor Mansell and Councillor Geek. Over to you. I don't know who wants to go first, but over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. I'm going to go first, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Right, this developer has done a reasonable job in trying to provide potential mitigation for some of the local infrastructure issues which will be exacerbated by this development. But unfortunately, there are some issues which money alone can't solve, as the solution may do more harm for something else. There are a number of things which I welcome about this development: the conditioned housing mix and the provision of the cycle path along the side of School Road and potentially behind the church. But I'm yet to be convinced of the so-called improvements to the School Road Church Road junction. The widening of School Road will help to some degree, but there is the issue of the oak tree. If this scheme does gain approval, protection of that tree, I believe, is essential and recommended by our arboricultural officer as shown on page 196. I see no reason why the road cannot be slightly realigned towards or into the publicly owned land on the east side of the road, and the cycle path can go around the west of the tree. We do not want a repeat of the performance of the Persimmon development in Thurston. The Highways Authority don't seem to really know what to do about this junction. Their own projections show that the junction will become over capacity, but then they just want to ignore those projections. They wanted traffic lights, but then Heritage stepped in and said they would cause harm to the setting of listed buildings. So now we have a widened junction to enable more vehicles to slew round the corner at high speed. And I can't quite see on the diagram where pedestrians can cross the road safely to get to the church. I understand that the corner was built out 20 odd years ago to slow traffic down as it went round the corner. The only way to truly mitigate the issue of this junction is either to bypass it or to get people out of their cars. A bypass is neither financially nor environmentally sustainable. So we are left with the alternative to shift to more sustainable modes of transport, and that just isn't going to happen if the children living in this village have to be transported to Woolpit for schooling. This really is not a sustainable option. There is also the matter of timing. According to the projections, the school site development in Woolpit will not come on stream until 2028. It's highly probable that there will be people moving into housing in Elmswell well before that school is available. And the enlarged Elmswell Primary School will already be at capacity. Children will need to be transported even further afield, even less sustainable. The committed developments in Elmswell have already pushed the infrastructure well over capacity, and enough has to be enough. When will it ever stop? This development is one too many for Elmswell, and I urge you to refuse permission.
Thank you for that. Councillor Geek. Then we'll take questions for both ward members at the end.
Thank you, Chair. This is one of the nicest bits of Elmswell. It's part of the best view that we have. Sorry, I'll just turn my camera on so you can see me as well as me. It is one of the nicest bits of Elmswell. It's part of the best view that we've got over wonderful rolling open countryside. But because the landowner and the developer want to build on it, and because the government wants a ridiculous number of houses built, it seems it has to be built over. So locally, we've tried to fight this on as many grounds as we can find. Firstly, I mean, you have drawn attention to all of these, councillors: the safety of the access near a blind corner on a busy road, the congested school road junction, and the enormous harm which will be caused by signalling to St John's Church and the almshouses. Thirdly, the effect of the development on the landscape, that lovely view and the setting of those various listed buildings. Fourthly, there's the fact that Elmswell has delivered far more housing already than the community wants or needs. And finally, of course, the notorious lack of primary school places in the village. Now, all of those reasons are valid. All of those reasons have weight in planning terms. But the main reason the village of Elmswell don't want it was explained eloquently by Mr Dow and Councillor Mansell. We have enough houses in Elmswell, and this is a beautiful part of the countryside. So I cannot agree with Mr Pateman-G that there is a clear need for this development, or that the benefits outweigh the harm. About the only thing it seems we can do, though, is to save that oak tree, which, as Mr Pateman-G has said, is a very notable feature of School Road. It'll currently be supporting a huge number of species that will take many decades to establish on new trees. Now, the District Council and the County Council own the land on the eastern side of the road, and Councillor Mansell and I see no reason why a strip of public land here shouldn't be given so that the road can be widened on that side and the trees saved. So even if you can do nothing else to mitigate the despoilment of this lovely part of the parish and the terminal gridlock and decline of the highways through Elmswell, please do try to save that tree, because we really do not want Extinction Rebellion to have to rebel again in mid-Suffolk to save it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I thank you for that? Just a quick question to John Pateman-G. Can you just confirm that the land is owned on the other side by Mid Suffolk? I think that's just. Can we just have clarity that that is the case?
I know that the Mid Suffolk District Council does own some of the land, because I think part of the ownership goes into the allocation on the other side of the road. But what part of the roadside is owned by Mid Suffolk and what might actually also still be county highways, I can't say for certain. There may be a way for me to find out, but I'd have to go away for 5 minutes and come back to you.
Councillor Geek, you want to just come back?
If I could just draw people's attention, councillors' attention to slide 8, I think you'll find that the you can see the tree on slide 8.
Hold on, let's just go to our papers. Hold on, because we've got the slides in our pack. Slide 8, which is on page 240. No, it's not. Sorry.
It is on mine.
Okay. Yep. Page 240.
Yep. I mean, this is really for Mr. Bateman-G to confirm, but you can see the tree at the bottom, and then there's a boundary running east-west on the opposite side of the road. Now, as far as I understand it, Suffolk County Council owned the land to the north of that boundary, so in the curve of the road. Land to the south is owned by Mid Suffolk District Council. That's my working hypothesis at the moment.
Could I possibly share my screen, Chair? This may or not help. Obviously, I don't have the asset management team available, but this might help, which is available online anyway. So if I share, no, is it sharing? Share. And okay, I'll do it this way. Screen.
Yeah.
So in terms of, if you can see that the brown area is Mid Suffolk District Council owned land.
And the tree is
the tree. If I can go in a little bit closer, I don't know if that'll help. So the tree, as I understand it, is about there.
That is in Mid Suffolk's land. It's opposite Mid Suffolk's land.
That's opposite. But again, in terms of road alignment, we won't be able to scale off this because this is based on plotting and it won't be accurate because it's not.
I just wanted clarity, just so that when members come to debate, we are clear where the ownership is, and obviously the ward members have obviously looked into it as well. So thank you for that. Okay, any other questions for the ward members? Nope. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so members, we've had all the information put before us. We've heard from all those that are going to speak. It's now up to us to discuss, debate, and to reach a conclusion. Hands up when you're ready. Councillor Stringer.
I thought I might as well go first, seeing as you're all being shy. Right, yeah, much of this application seems to be heading in the right direction at first glance. For me, Elmswell, it is the right side of the tracks. So much of the development has been, in my eyes, the wrong side of that railway track. And it's also proposed as an allocation within the joint local plan. And it looks as if we may have found a solution to actually saving an oak tree, which no matter how much new planting you put in, you would take decades to get the same biodiversity back. And our joint local plan also has a policy in there. If we're going to use the allocation as a reason why we should approve, there's a policy in there about having a biodiversity increase, not decrease. So if that tree could not be saved, it is in conflict with your joint local plan as well. The issues I have, though, are the perennial ones for Elmswell. Despite what the county council officers say is acceptable, I believe not having primary education in the community in which it serves is unsustainable. I also think increasing the width of a junction is not going to increase its safety. And I still have issues with that we haven't been given the accurate data about capacity of that as we stand here now. We've just got a projection and what happened before, but we've also got advice from an officer we clearly know to be wrong. The highways officer is saying that people will just use an alternative route rather than queue at the junction. I do not believe that is the case, and neither does our case officer. But I think the most primary reason why I feel I cannot support this application is the clear conflict with the neighbourhood plan, emerging neighbourhood plan. And there is case law on Secretary of State and appeal inspectors refusing applications as being premature, pre-inspection neighbourhood plans. There's Wellingborough Council. There was one in Rendlesham. Wiltshire Council, even without a 5-year land supply, the inspector threw out an application because it was premature, because that emerging neighbourhood plan would be damaged. So damage to a neighbourhood plan is a material consideration in the eyes of the Secretary of State, and we should not take that lightly, and I will not. So I haven't decided whether I would vote against this application or defer it for other work to be done, but I certainly, in its present form, I could not support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Passmore.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, this is a really interesting development. If you look at the history of this and the fact that it was much larger, and clearly a lot of work has been done to, I suppose, adjust it. And you can, very good example of negotiation, in my view, with the planning team, housing officers, and so on. I think it's really important that we are seen to do that. This is a really difficult decision, and I've listened to all the arguments very, very carefully, and I'm a little bit on the fence. But overall, I do think, considering where we are at the moment in the district, I do think that I am going to propose that we do approve this. But there are a couple of conditions I would like to add, and I do want to pick up on Helen's point in particular about the oak tree. It grieves me tremendously to see a fine tree like that. I know people will argue it's only one, but it's in its prime. There has to be an engineering way, I think, that could be saved. And if I don't know whether we can actually do it like this, Matthew, but I would like to propose that we do support this application with the proviso that everything possible is done to save the tree. You could put, I don't know, concertinas in the road or something. It would also improve road safety from the point of view of potentially slowing traffic down. And I am convinced by the arguments that, on balance, this scheme should go ahead. I'm very much in favour of the housing mix there is here. Like some of us, I do believe in a property owning democracy. We've got to do something for young people. We've got to do more on affordable homes. Also for bungalows, and I'm not saying that all people who live in bungalows need to be retired, but of course, end of life housing, these sorts of things I think are admirable. There is a huge amount of money being taken from this development towards schooling and other infrastructure development. I am going to take it on trust, in my view, personally, that the junction improvements will help. So, as I say, I do propose that it should be granted, but with that proviso about the landscaping and trying to make sure, I can't go into great details here, of course, that oak tree is saved. And I do think there are ways of doing that, because I do agree with Helen, the last thing we want is a bunch of Extinction Rebellion people who are causing unnecessary angst in the village for that. The other comment I just make, with the increase in home working and so on, the fact that it is very close to the A14, and we haven't got our joint local plan yet, I do think that possibly the traffic quantities rising are not going to be like they would have been perhaps 18 months ago. That's just an opinion, I can't prove that, but I do think we should bear in mind, with more people working from home and so on, it might not be anywhere near as bad as some people think. So there we are, Chairman. That's my view, and I'm.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask John Pateman-G to come in and explain how we could condition to keep the oak tree.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just thinking about that. Ultimately, the protection of the oak tree. I was trying to wonder if it was best to put a specific condition forward that would say that, notwithstanding any details of the protection of the oak tree shall be approved by us, or that ultimately landscaping is part of the reserve matters for the application, and that part of that reserve matter we specifically say that protection and safeguarding of the oak tree shall come forward as part of the reserve matters for landscaping. I think I'd prefer the latter.
What is the strongest, John? What is the strongest?
Well, the strongest I would say would have to come in with the reserve matter. I was just thinking about that, because in sequential terms, obviously the reserve matters would be dealt with earlier than potentially a condition that's separate. So I would recommend then that we seek that the protection and safeguarding of the oak tree is explicitly shown as part of any concurrent reserve matters for landscaping.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I just quickly ask? May I ask? If that's a formal proposal for approval, did that include electric car charging points as well? Because I know that was very briefly mentioned early on.
I think you said earlier that was going to be undertaken.
That should be that's standard now, isn't it?
Sustainability thing, isn't it? I think you mentioned it earlier.
And that's great. Thank you. Okay, I'll leave it from there.
Okay, we've still got many more hands up, and we've only had a proposer so far. Councillor Field.
Thank you. As usual, one's a little torn about this. I find there seems to be much sound work done on this particular plan, and in many ways it would seem to me to be acceptable. The numbers which we would fail to get if we refuse this application will tend to just pop up somewhere else. There's always the issue that we save one person's village and sacrifice another, but that's always an issue. On saving the oak tree, I find one recognises the issue of having a large oak tree preserved and the habitat it forms and the biodiversity it holds within it. I'm a little concerned about the sheer amount of concrete we might pour to make that saving, but nevertheless the road has to be widened in any case, and therefore perhaps we're just pouring it in one place rather than another. So I would go along with that. I have to say, somewhat concerned about the education issues. I have a bit of a feeling that says you can expand a village till you get to the limit of the school, albeit a school as extended. But when you start shipping kids a substantial distance to other schools, then that's really a step too far. And the prime issue is the one about the road capacity. One gets the feeling from what's being said that really to resolve the problems that will occur when we get all the developments proposed in Elmswell, you need signalling, but the signalling just isn't going to be possible for heritage and other reasons. The highways actually give some other reasons. So I think with some reluctance, I'm not going to be supporting this application. But as I usually say, I'll listen to the rest of the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Field. Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. Having listened to what colleagues have said already, I must admit I totally agree with Councillor Passmore's comments. I would like to see the oak tree saved. I totally agree with the comments made by Councillor Geek as one of the ward members. I'm pleased to see that we can add as one of the conditions regarding the electrical charging points in the development. But I'm happy to second Councillor Passmore's proposal to approve this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mayer.
Thanks, Chair. I think there's a lot to recommend this scheme. I think it's a solid scheme. Having said that, I do have severe reservations. It's a key service centre, but doesn't have enough schooling for its children. Surely that shouldn't be right. And we come back to the junction. The junction, we are told, is under capacity, but depending on how much margin for error you put into that. But don't worry, if it goes over capacity, we can put signalling in, but we're not sure the signalling will be approved. I feel as though I'm being asked to take a leap of faith. Don't worry, we can sort out that problem. Well, for me, the junction is the problem, and I don't think we have an answer to that. So I find that I cannot support this scheme without a better answer about how that junction is going to function. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell, you wanted to come in with a comment, did you?
Sorry, Chair. I wanted to ask a question about the proposed condition about the tree. And I just want to check that it's in the right place, because on my page 39, bullet point near the top of the page says details and implementation of school road widening, cycle stroke footway, and option to require extended cycleway to back of church to be secured. Would it not be in there that the details of the road widening should include a method for saving the tree?
Well, yeah, I mean, we will come back to that. I mean, it's in there. We'll get John to point out.
That is part of reserve matters. This application deals with those details of the widening. So I'm a bit concerned if it is in reserve matters. I mean, I don't know the legality of it, but I'd just like that to be checked.
Yes,
that is the right place for it.
Well, that's up to Councillor Passmore and Councillor Muller to determine where they want that position, but we can come back to that. Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think that this does pose some very severe problems. I wanted to pick up first on what Councillor Field said about the numbers popping up elsewhere. I think I understood correctly, possibly from the parish council representative, that we'd actually now approved another lot of houses beyond the bacon factory, which were not in the allocations. So I think we've give or take a few, we've probably already popped those up in advance, unfortunately. Obviously, I'm entirely in support of saving the tree by whatever means we can work out. But the final sticking point really is there is existing heritage, less than substantial harm to be balanced out by public benefits. And I think the public benefits that we're left with here are not as great as they might appear, particularly the fact that we're asking the children to go to the wrong village for their schooling, and as far as the junction itself is concerned, that if I think we've got to near the bottom of that discussion during the questions, the building out of the scenario of all the houses finally getting built that are approved and are allocated in the emerging joint local plan, this junction gets back into more trouble than it's already in, and the traffic lights would become necessary. But can Mr. Pateman or anybody tell me of any village other than apart from Stowmarket and apart from Stowmarket, where we've actually got traffic lights in the middle of a village? I can't actually think of one, and I think that the idea that you put traffic lights in the middle of a mid-Suffolk village seems inherently wrong somehow, and the fact that you put it right next to several heritage assets, both the church and the almshouses, that does just seem wrong. So there is the conflict left there, which is unresolved at the moment. So I can't support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Matheson. Okay, before I go around a second time, Councillor String, I'll just give my thoughts on it. Then we'll go around again for those that want to come back. So for me, at the very beginning, I was not happy around the various highways points that had been raised, and I was after the applicant and the applicant's agent and the highways person came in to talk it through. Actually, I'm now much more comfortable. I can see that there is a benefit, a wider benefit from this junction being upgraded to the widening of the road. Actually, that's to the wider benefit of the whole community of the village. So I welcome that and think actually that's a really positive step forward. I welcome the fact that the agent and the applicant has sat down and reduced the numbers. They've the affordable housing, 35% affordable housing is all included. So when it all stacks up, to me, the fact that the mitigation around the highways has been put in place, has been thought through, has widened the road, has improved the junction, actually is what is needed in the near term. And if things get worse, there will be some money set aside for alternative measures in the future. But the agent did explain that the chance of that happening in 2023 or beyond are very unlikely. but at least something's being set aside for that. The oak tree is good that we found a way. My immediate thoughts was, could you plant 5 oak trees? But of course, we do know it takes many, many years for that to balance out. So if we can find a way of preserving that oak tree, I'm totally supportive. So in balance, weighing it all up, I would be supporting this, because I think actually now what's laid out in page 109, combined with what I've heard from the agent, actually has now given clarity to me. So that's the position I'm in. Okay, happy to go around again. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you. Now we have a seconded proposal on the table. I want to speak against that proposal very briefly, just to say I'm still completely boggled by the road junction issue. If you widen the road and make it easier to travel faster, that means people get to their destination quicker, therefore more people will use it. We had a previous.
I think you've got to be careful, because if it's a 30 mile an hour, no one will go over. People keep to the speed limit. You're implying that people break.
No. I'm sorry. I'm using evidence. Where you have roads in a 30 mile an hour that are narrow, they travel at a slower speed than where the road is widened. That is a fact that we can prove from SID data from this very village. So that is, and people look at convenience when they're driving. So if you actually widen the junction and make it easier to use this road, therefore more people will use it. So that is a self-defeating prophecy as far as the traffic concerned. And improving the junction from the driver's perspective will not improve it from the walker's perspective. To make that throat of the junction even wider, you've got a greater distance to cross if you're a pedestrian. Anyway, that's not what I want to focus on. What I wanted to focus on was the emerging neighbourhood plan. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone that is voting, that wants to vote in favour of this, is clear about how the Secretary of State feels about emerging neighbourhood plans. In a decision in Broughton Ashley, an inspector allowed development of 111 homes, but the Secretary of State squashed the decision, and he overruled the appeal inspectors, stating that significant weight be applied to it conflicting with emerging pre-referendum neighbourhood plans. I take that Secretary of State's decision to actually weigh in the balance with this, and when that weighed into the balance, I would vote against it. Thank you, Chair. Okay,
thank you, Councillor Stringer. But there are 2 sides to every argument, of course, and you can always find one example. So I think we've got to be careful.
Chair, can I come in?
Yes.
Can I?
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry,
Chair. That's one of 7 examples. I only used 1.
Yes, and there'll be 7 on the other side where the Secretary of State hasn't agreed. So we've got to round it up. But John Pateman-G.
I was going to say this might be a moment to bring in Ian Dupre, possibly. But can I just point out, that in terms of the neighbourhood plan, I have addressed this point in the report, but ultimately this neighbourhood plan is what at the stage we call stage 2. So we've got a designated neighbourhood plan area, and we have the preparation of a draft neighbourhood plan. To my knowledge, I will caveat this, and I've not been told otherwise from our neighbourhood plan team, that's that the neighbourhood plan has not gone out publicly for consultation. We don't have a pre-submission publication scheme with publicly ratified policies before us as part. So in terms of the stage of this particular neighbourhood plan, it is very early on, and therefore in terms of where we are, we give it very limited weight. We don't, it is not an independent examination stage. We haven't had it submitted to the district council. So as a document to consider, prematurely or not, it is not there. It is not at the stage where that argument comes into play to its full extent. And I don't know if Ian Dupre wants to make any more point about that.
Yeah, I'm here, Chairman. Yes, indeed, I can be simple and say yes. John's said it quite right, and I don't need to complicate matters and say he's correct. I agree with him.
Thanks. Okay. Right, Councillor Passmore.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, just to reiterate, and I know it's been proposed and seconded, but we mustn't forget this is just an outline application, and I know there's a comprehensive list of the housing mix. And I would just ask people, please do reflect, what are we doing to help our, well, I was going to say younger people, but I should probably say first-time buyers, as well as the housing, the social housing. That really is important for the whole fabric of Mid Suffolk, that people are providing opportunity. I don't know how many people on this meeting have got their own homes, but you know, it is incumbent, in my personal view, to do what we can to help people get on the housing ladder. And this scheme may not be a specific planning matter, but this scheme, I think, is well thought out. We've had the answers regarding the highways concerns that we all were concerned about. And as regards saving the tree, I'm not one of these people who thinks you can just put a circle around it and fill it up with concrete and just have it stand on its own as an island. It needs to be properly done, a quality scheme. I'm sure there are ways we can do that. I don't know what they call them in engineering terms for road construction, but ways of doing it so it's just not a stark tree as if it was stuck up like a Christmas tree. I mean, there's a sensitive way to doing that. We are conditioning that. And I think it's a very, very good development of the mixed housing. I do accept, I think it was Rick was saying about schooling. I do understand that, but there is a very large financial contribution, I think it says in the papers, for dealing with that. So overall, it is a difficult decision, but on balance, that is why, Chairman, I did propose it, because I think we need to make a decision. It's been a protracted debate and discussion on this for, 2 years and so on. And I think, you know, we need some certainty. And my view is we should give permission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got one more speaker, then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yes, in terms of the weight to be attached to the neighbourhood plan, I mean, to be say it's an early stage. I seem to recall the area was actually designated about 5 years ago or something, and I wonder whether Councillor Mansell could just tell us. It was also Mr. Pateman-G said that it hasn't been submitted to Mid Suffolk. But on the other hand, it was also said by somebody at the beginning of the meeting that it was with Mid Suffolk.
Well,
so
I think
we clarify that?
We were given different stages. John Pateman-G, do you want to just come in on what stage it's at? Or Councillor Mansell?
I was just going to say that a first draft of the neighbourhood plan has been sent to the neighbourhood planning team at Mid Suffolk, but I understand they are inundated with other first drafts to study, and it will probably be some time before it gets around to being studied in any great depth. But a draft is with Mid Suffolk.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question
Yes,
then? I take
please.
it that draft has not gone out for public consultation at this stage.
No, we've asked the help at Mid Suffolk to review it and tell us what else we need to do about it before we get to that stage.
Okay.
Then it is at stage 2, and I appreciate in some cases these documents do take time, and I do appreciate that some parishes still designate a neighbourhood area stage for many years, but we are at stage 2 in the context of the legalities of where we are in planning terms.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that. I do feel as if that strengthens the argument about prematurity, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Matheson. And thanks, Councillor Mansell, for clearing that up. Okay, so we're going to go to a vote now. It's been proposed by Councillor Passmore and seconded by Councillor Muller, as per the recommendations on page 38 and 39 of our paper. Now, and going over to page 40. Now, there has been question marks from Councillor Mansell about where the detail should be located regarding the protection of the oak tree and whether that should come back into reserved matters. John, can you just clear up for us where the strongest position to put that would be before I just check with Councillor Passmore and Muller they're happy with that?
Okay, so in the conditions as they stand, you would notice that I'm just trying to find it halfway down, I think it was. Where's it gone? Got final details of the junction to be agreed. Where's the other bit? Here we go. Arboricultural survey for all footpath, cycle routing, adjustments as necessary to be agreed. And then ultimately, the positioning of the road, the enlargement of the road would all be picked up in reserve matters as well. I don't mind it being in both places, if I'm perfectly honest. If you want the strongest
Yep.
position there to
There we
be,
That's fine.
that's fine. And I'm happy to add, because what we're talking about is a very bespoke thing. We're talking about bespokely about the oak tree itself. The general condition is a catch-all for the entire route, whereas what we're talking about here is the oak tree. So the oak tree, I still feel, is a specific point that should be concurrent with the reserve matters of landscaping to be addressed, as to safeguard and protect it. And I'm happy to have a condition specifically around the oak tree itself.
So it's under the recommendation before bullet point 2, and then also mentioned under the arboricultural survey as well.
Yeah, but I'm suggesting to the officers is what members is what they've said is we've got electric charging points. So in addition to everything on the recommendation before us, it's the addition of electric car parking points, and it's also the protection of the oak tree and its safeguarding to be considered as part of the reserve matters landscaping scheme to come forward. And so it covers it both ways.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson, you want to come in?
Yeah, if we're heading towards a possible vote on it, I'm just on the conditions. I'm just looking at my notes on the conditions. Can Mr. Patemajee confirm that sustainable efficiency measures would actually include everything that's requested on page 204 by the relevant officer?
Let me just double check what the relevant officer says. One moment.
Page 204. We do have very good officers who put forward these
okay, thank you.
Conditions. If we can have that.
Sorry, it's taking a little while to load up. I do miss a paper copy. One moment.
This is
Well, yeah, seems all right to me.
204. Yes, that's fine. It will.
That's included. Thank you. And Councillor Mansell?
That's an old.
Legacy hand, sorry.
No problem. Okay, so on that basis, as per the recommendation laid out on 38, 39, 40, with the additional points that John Patemajee has just taken us through, we're going to now go to a roll call. So, over to Robert Carmichael.
Thank you, Chair. If members could please respond with for, against or abstain. So, Councillor John Field.
Against.
Councillor Matthew Hicks.
For.
Councillor John Matheson.
Against.
Councillor Richard Mayer.
Against.
Councillor Dave Muller.
For.
Councillor Tim Passmore.
For.
And Councillor Andrew Stringer.
Against.
Thank you, Chair. If I can confirm, Mr. Dupre, I make that 3 votes for and 4 votes against, so the motion is lost.
Exactly right. The motion is lost by 3 votes to 4, yes.
Okay, so can I put a proposal forward that we defer the application and get Highways to come back with more clarity around the various points that have been raised, because that seems to be one of the key items that's caused the most concerns for members. That would be my recommendation. Councillor Stringer, you were next.
Yes, I'd like to second that, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Muller.
Yes, I was also going to second that. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think we could do with deferring it for about 5 years, actually, but John, I will support it as it is.
Councillor Field.
Could we just make that statement about Highways that we want absolute clarity of the position, the predictions and the proposed solution, not something that we can all talk about is never going to happen.
Okay, so on that basis, I've proposed that we yes.
if I may come in here, what you're suggesting is deferring it on the basis that you do not have enough information from the Highways Authority.
Yes.
Or that you, because ultimately their position is clear in your documentation.
Yes, but we want, well, we don't think it is. The members have, quite a few members have said they found it's not clear, and they're not convinced that the explanation around the junction is adequate within the papers.
Okay, well, you're deferring it on the basis that you're going to be relying on a different authority coming forward, and they may not wish to. They may not wish to provide this council with anything further than what is already presented to members.
Yeah, but I think what we're saying is we would like someone here who can talk it through in greater detail to help us understand it, the more information. I think that's been one thing. I think Councillor Mayer found he couldn't get enough information. Was talking, we've heard members say that they felt that basically what we're being asked to do is to agree something on page 109. Then what wasn't clear is in what would bring forward the traffic signals. We want clarity on why the traffic signals, how much funding is required for the traffic signals, what other applications are going to fund those traffic signals, and what happens if the traffic signals don't go ahead. Councillor Mayer, and then Councillor Mayer.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think that's exactly the point. Highways are proposing mitigation that might be called forward if necessary, that we think is not going to be sustainable, that's not going to work. So, yeah, I don't think Highways actually have a workable solution for this junction.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The trouble here is that we are gazing into a crystal ball in respect of what might be the traffic situation of the future, and the best modelling.
Yeah, I'm sorry, John, but that's still, if that's the wish of the committee, then that's the wish of the committee, and the feeling is there's not enough information here for us today for some members to make a decision. So we'd like to get someone back with more detail to come before us. Now, if at that meeting members decide it's still not satisfactory, members may decide to refuse the application, but that's down to the committee on that day to make a decision on the information presented to it. But Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I think the deferral should perhaps be clear enough that we would like to see a workable scheme regarding the tree, and also in terms of the junction and the lights and so on. It would seem reasonable to get a report from Heritage as to what degree of harm they feel would flow from actually putting the traffic lights next to the church, as it more or less is.
We already have that in terms of it would be less than substantial harm. That was part of their response to the scheme when it was first proposed for traffic lights. So we already have the Heritage opinion on that. Okay.
So, John, that's going to be the wish of the committee. We're going to go to a vote now on that. So it's been proposed that we defer it, and we've clearly laid out the reasons why, that we feel that more information is needed in terms of particularly around the highways matters of the junction. And I think further clarity about if the mitigation doesn't work, the alternative solution are in the papers, but there's no clarity as to how that would come forward. All we're hearing is that it's a problem for Heritage. So we would like to have greater clarity about what would come forward.
At the end of the day, you want a mitigation scheme.
I'm sorry, John.
I was going to say, in the end of the day, if I can, forgive me for intruding again, I'm trying to get clarity to make sure that my discussions with the agent after this are very clear of what is needed to be done. Ultimately, members are not satisfied by just a contribution to something that they don't know what it is. You want a mitigation scheme put forward in front of you for deciding.
Yeah.
Even if it included traffic lights.
Yeah. Well, that's down to the agent and the applicant.
Indeed.
Okay. So I've proposed that. Who would like to second, please? Can I just have a hand go up?
Andrew did.
Councillor Field, thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, you already had a seconder of Councillor Stringer.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Stringer. Okay, so we now go to the vote. Over to you, Robert.
Thank you, Chair. So if members could please respond with for, against or abstain. So Councillor John Field.
For.
Councillor Matthew Hicks.
Sorry, for.
Councillor John Matheson.
For.
Councillor Richard Mayer.
For.
Councillor Dave Muller.
For.
Councillor Tim Passmore.
For.
And Councillor Andrew Stringer.
For.
Thank you, Chair. That is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much.
I agree, unanimous.
Okay, thanks everyone. Right, we're going to move. I think we're going to keep going. Is everyone okay? We keep going. We don't need a break. We're going to go straight on to item 7B. This is the planning application in Walsham Le Willows, and over to Bradley Heffer to present the application.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'll just share my screen. Hopefully this will work, because I've been, like John, been having problems with my connection this morning or this afternoon.
Just so you know, you're sharing your calendar.
I do apologise. I really do.
And I see you have us finishing by 1 o'clock. I'm afraid that's optimistic.
I'll just I'll try again. Hold on a second.
I was going to say, Bradley, if you share a window of the presentation of PowerPoint as opposed to the desktop screen.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, excellent. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Right. Okay. So this application is a reserved matters proposal. Members are being asked to consider reserved matters for the erection of 21 number dwellings on a site off the street Badwell Ash. This follows a grant of outline planning permission on the 30th of August last year, which was granted by the B Committee of Mid Suffolk. The aerial map shows Badwell Ash and the surrounding settlements, just to get some idea of context, including Walsham Le Willows, Langham, Hunston and Long Thurlow. This slide shows the site in the context of the village, built form primarily to the south, and a hinterland of agricultural use. And you'll also note, if you can see my pointer, that the village does benefit from established trees and hedgerows, which obviously are of key landscape value. This is the constraints map, which shows the existing built-up area boundary for Badwell Ash, which is shown with the brown line, the dark line here. Other constraints include the 2 listed buildings nearby, one of which to the southeast is a grade 2-star listed building. I should also say that in the emerging plan, which in my report hasn't been given any weight, but certainly in the emerging plan, the entire site is now included within the built-up boundary. This is the red line site plan to which the application relates, and this also shows features which can still be seen on the site. For example, the concrete apron access at this point here, some buildings, and also a pond feature, which you'll hear more of later in the presentation. This is the layout for the scheme. As I said, at outline stage, we granted planning permission for up to 21 units, and this does show 21 units on the site. The means of access is taken off the street, which is framed by 2 buildings here. And as you can see, the access leads to further development within the site, and the parking generally is on plot. But the other thing worth pointing out is in the corner here, there is a small parking court. The magenta coloured spaces you can see on the plan here are the visitor spaces. A plan quickly showing how the access works. The access was given full planning permission, Everything else was reserved, but full planning permission for that. And that shows the required visibility displays up and down the street. And you'll notice that the point of access sits virtually opposite Warren Close, which is where its approximate position in the street is at the moment. This larger scale plan shows the provision, or part of the provision, of the new footpath, which was secured at the outline stage as part of this junction, or this new junction. In terms of the design, the buildings follow a vernacular approach, which as officers we felt was very important for this site, given the context of the surroundings. Traditional built forms is a range of building types, including 2, 1.5 and bungalows. All of, as I say, traditional use of bricks and render. So we're quite happy as officers that this sits respectfully within the context of the village itself, which you know, because of the prominence of the site, is in a fairly key position. That's obviously the garaging, which again follows that approach. In terms of landscaping, this is the boundary treatment plan, which again shows post and rail fencing provision along the frontage, which I think is basically mirroring what's there at the moment. There is some use of walling, but it's fairly limited, because what we were keen to do was try to strike a balance between getting appropriate screening in where necessary and also keeping this area as open as possible. So most of this area, you will note, is fairly secured. I'll go into more detail with the landscaping plan in a second. This shows detailed landscaping, which you can see includes the provision of more trees within the site, and in the majority of frontages includes hedging, which again we feel is an appropriate solution given the context. I'll quickly run through some photographs. This is the frontage onto the street. As I say, it's post and rail fencing there at the moment. You can just see the main access to the site as it exists, and that slightly set back the gate that goes into the field. This photograph shows that point there. If you can see where my pointer is roughly where the existing footpath for the village stops on this side of the road, and this scheme has secured the provision of a footpath link all the way through. So obviously residents of the new scheme have got an opportunity then to walk into the village. This is useful, this photo, because it gives you an idea of the sort of dwelling that's directly opposite the site, which, as you can see, is traditional vernacular built form, which we think this particular proposal links in well with visually. These are existing buildings which obviously go as part of the former equestrian use. And that's a view across, and in the boundary you can see the existing tree and hedge line there, which helps to screen the site from wider view. This pond here is in a very sorry state at the moment, and as part of the application proposal, it would be improved as an ecological resource, which we think is a key benefit locally, because I think that you know, it's obviously got value as an ecological resource, which is not being fully realised. I think it's been neglected for a number of years, so this scheme allows that to be brought in, you know, as a valuable resource again. This is that tree there is one of the trees around the pond itself. This is the open space which would be remain over in the corner and be landscaped as part of the scheme. Very quickly, the entrance of the junction of Langham Road with the street, which you can see is well screened on the application side, which is this side. And this is a view across the site from Langham Road looking back towards the street, which again, members get an idea of how the site is screened from wider view, which we think is a key element. That's as much as I need to show you in the presentation so far, members. Obviously, I'm happy to take questions, but in summary, I think that We've established, or the outline application establishes the number of units. We did have extensive discussion with the applicant about the form of the reserve matters, and in fairness, it did come in originally as a fairly regimented layout with a straight road going all the way through, and basically drives coming off of that. We think that this approach is more organic, more suitable for this village location, and sits there as a reserve matters proposal that wouldn't do any harm to the overall character of this part of Badwell Ash. So it's got a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. I've got a lot of questions, I'm afraid, so if I may. So is the road adopted? The estate road adopted?
This part, Chair, would be adopted. The first 10 metres basically covering the access. The remainder of it would be privately owned.
Okay, so what, everyone buys into it?
I think that, as I understand the supporting information that came in, this would be controlled by a management company.
Okay, so everyone buys a share. Well, we'll talk. I'll ask the applicant then when they come on. Okay, can I ask the parking for number 14 and 13? Where are they supposed to park?
This is visitor spaces to the front of 14, 13.
Yeah.
This area down here is the parking spaces for those units. So 11, 12, 13 and 14 would use that area.
Right, but we know in reality if the parking's in front of 13 and 14 for visitors. Okay, so that's again something for the applicant. Am I right in thinking 20 and 21 are 4-bedroom homes?
That's correct, yes. Yeah.
And their parking for them is 2 spaces plus half a garage, all in a line?
Yes, there's 3 spaces there, 3 spaces there, if you include the garage, yeah.
Right, so is that called tandem parking?
Well, it's a 3-space tandem parking in the standard, but it's described as that.
Okay, so out of the site, 21, 20, 30, 13, 18, 17, 16, 9, 8 are all based on parking that people will park all in a line up to their house and then rejig in the morning when someone goes to work. Is that right? Because 20 and 21, there's no other parking for 8 bedrooms apart from tandem parking next to their house.
Well, the plots where 4-bed houses are proposed are these plots here, which have got 2 spaces and the garage.
Yeah.
That one there, which has got 2 spaces and a garage.
Yeah.
Plot 3 has got 3 spaces
in a line.
Plot 16 has got 3 in a line.
Yeah.
17's got 3 in a line, and as you say, 20 and 21. So they're the 4-bedders within the scheme.
Right. Okay. I think we've had some discussion at Mid Suffolk about that sort of parking before and our experience, but we can talk about that in debate. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you. Councillor Matheson first.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. In terms of the tandem parking, certainly when I was on committee, Development Control Committee B, we did dig in quite a lot, and drove away tandem parking pretty much. So I'd support the chair on that point. It was indeed frowned upon and thrown out. Couple of questions then. The footway that you showed us on one of the slides, or the hedge which was next to where the footway, does that footway across the front of the site, I can't see a good drawing of that actually, but it would seem as if it would remove that entire hedge along the front of the site, which is disappointing, and one might wonder whether the footway could not be inside the hedge, for example. at least within, where it can be when the visibility spray is not needed. And the other question, moment, was, oh yeah, in terms of the conditions, page 256, 55, sorry, the scheme for submission of a scheme for water, energy, resource efficiency, etc. It says during the construction phase, and that seems to be, those words don't seem to be what we want. I would have thought it was basically approval prior to commencement would be the usual there. So perhaps we could have another look at what the words are there. Okay, thank you. Those points.
Bradley, can you come in on those?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Matheson. With regard to the first point of the footpath, the footpath itself will be provided within highway land. It doesn't actually it doesn't include any third-party land as part of that. And my understanding is that verge there, without the hedge taking place, is sufficient room for that footpath to go in without the hedge being taken out. So that on that particular point. On the second point, I think that the aim of the condition was to ensure that there was water, energy and resource efficiency measures both during the construction phase and during the occupation phase. The occupation phase, I think, is covered by condition elsewhere, and it may also be on the outline condition in truth, but we hadn't picked that up on the construction phase. So I think that during the construction phase of the development, were it to be approved, we would require the developer to actually provide that sort of information to us in order that phase was as sustainable as possible.
Yeah, if you could just make sure that we are properly covering that point between the outline and this one, that would be reassuring. I must say, I've seen hedges like that and verges like that, and the next thing happened was that the hedge disappeared.
John, can I just say it is only questions at the moment?
Yeah, well, I hear what the officer is saying about the being.
Okay, so what's the question,
land.
John?
I can't see it in the picture.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I too was going to ask about the footpath along the side of the road, but I think Councillor Matheson's question has cleared up that issue. So I have a couple of other questions. One is concerning the parking court between plots 12 and 13. Can you tell me if there are any windows that overlook that parking court, or is it entirely enclosed? And the other question is about the footpath connections across the site. There's a footpath between plots 16 and 17 and between 10 and 11. And you've also just mentioned that the road will effectively be a private road. So I'd like to know what the status of the road, if you wanted to walk from the street in Badwell Ash to that footpath in between 16 and 17, would you have any legal right to do so? And could you just talk to me about where the footpath between 10 and 11 actually goes after it leaves the site? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mansell. Bradley, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Mansell. On the point of the footpath link going through here, this was secured at the outline stage because there is a public footpath that runs across the end here. So the proposal that was secured at outline includes a link there, and that would enable that to link into the further footpath, which I think links up further up here into footpath 8. The status of this as a private road wouldn't preclude people, in my understanding, from coming in and actually doing that, and similarly going across like that. I don't think there's an issue in relation to, getting the access. And certainly it's not our understanding that this would be in any way gated. I think it's private in terms of the maintenance over the period. In terms of plot 13, if I just quickly, and have to forgive me scrolling at speed. This is the units at plots 11 to 14, and you'll see on the side of that particular property, on both sides, they have windows at ground and first floor level. One serves a WC at ground floor and the other serves a landing at first floor level. So there is some degree of overlooking of that space. The other thing I would say, of course, if I quickly go back to the layout, I use sorry.
That's the one.
Yeah. That four units there. Obviously, you've got to go through a smaller gateway piece there in order to access that area as a motorist, and the design of that would feel like an enclosed space, you know, as you went through there, rather than a place that you just wander through. You'd have to have a reason to go through there, but certainly there's windows there and there.
Okay. Can I just ask? Sorry, yes, Councillor Mansell.
I just wanted to come back on the footpath between plots 16 and 17, which look like they're an extension to the bit that was secured during the outline stage. Is that going to be a public right-of-way from the existing public right-of-way network to what I think is Wash Lane? You know, is that going to actually be adopted, or whatever you do, to a public footpath, so people can go sort of from the south to the north and meet that road on the bend? Is that going to be a public footpath?
This entrance, this road here, Langham Road.
Oh, Langham Road, sorry.
Yeah, yep. There's an access through here, and there's a link through there. I think the dotted line through there actually is a constraint for development on the site. I think they're not allowed to build over that dotted line. I think that's something that's underground. I know the agents here, perhaps you can clarify exactly what that is, but I know that's the designers had to reflect that. So I think in practical terms, you'd be able to go through here and walk onto that site, onto the footpath network there, but that would be presumably a managed strip up to that point there. So you wouldn't be able to actually go out onto that part of the road. And I'm sorry if I confused you earlier by saying something else, but that's my understanding, that boundary there wouldn't be walking, you wouldn't be pushing pedestrians out onto that corner.
Okay, thank you. Well, we can pick that up with the agent as well, with the applicant, Councillor Mansell, if you want more clarity on that. Okay, can I just ask a quick question about bin collections? What happens about waste collection then, if it's a private road?
The design of the road can take a refuse freighter. There's a turning head at the bottom where a refuse freighter can get in. We've conditioned that the presentation of bin collection would be something that a detail they would have to provide as part of that condition. But obviously, in the case of this one, for example, I think it's been identified by our waste services team that there will be a presentation point somewhere along here. But most of the collection points.
Well, and the same for 8, 9, 10. 8, 9,
Yes.
10.
Yeah, I think that there would need to be I doubt if a refuse freighter would actually penetrate into that point. So
No.
I think for 8, 9 and 10, there would have to be a collection point.
Would we not expect to have that at this stage?
Well, I think that as part of the overall soft and hard landscaping, we were content that you could actually get a freighter in there and a collection could take place. And it was a detail that we thought could be dealt with by way of a condition.
So, sorry, I'm not trying to hog it here. And Councillor String, one more question. The width of the access road, please. What is the width of the access road?
At this point here, Chair, it's sorry, I'm not pointing anything at the moment. This is 5.5 metres width.
So it's the width of 2 cars.
This point here is at this point, which would be a shared surface, it goes down to 4.8.
Okay, so if someone were to park on the access road, the freighter wouldn't be able to get past.
Well, I did check just to make sure, and having looked at the design guide, highway design guide, that advises that 4.8 an HGV can pass a parked car, okay. So there should be sufficient room.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very small thing. On page 315, I take it the chimney shown there has no fireplace under it, so it's one of these fake chimneys. Could you tell me where in the Suffolk Design Guide they feature, and why we shouldn't actually discourage this use? Because this particular one is shared between two people. So I see no real reason to introduce a potential fault in a roof for future years, straddling two boundaries for the sake of pure aesthetics.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. You're right. It doesn't serve a purpose in terms of being a chimney that will be used for, you know, in the standard understanding of fireplaces and things like that. It is part of the overall design. I think that certainly in my own view of understanding of traditional built form with that type of particular dwelling, you do have elements like that on the particular building, which, you know, are a traditional feature that you would find on that sort of design approach. So I think that in terms of the overall balance of the front elevation and the symmetry, the centralised chimney stack was something that pulls that together and makes that more sort of, you know, underpins its traditional built form appearance.
And can you point to where that is in the Suffolk Design Guide? Because glass fibre fake chimneys are not in that design guide.
No, I don't think this specifically refers to glass fibre fake chimneys, but I think it probably identifies a chimney pot as being a traditional feature you'd find on an older building.
Okay. Any other questions at all? No? Okay, so we're going to move on. Thank you for that. So we don't have a representative of the parish council. We don't have an objector or a supporter, but we do have the agent. So I'd like to ask Graham Bloomfield to please turn your camera on.
Board member, Chair?
Yeah. Yes, you come in at the end. You come in after. So first of all, we hear from the agent. Is Mr. Bloomfield still with us? I can see you're there on the screen.
Okay.
Graham Bloomfield?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but could you? There you go. Perfect.
Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So over to you and 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. My name is Graham Bloomfield. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Land and Planning Partner at William H. Brown, acting as agent for Chatsworth Homes on this Reserved Matters application. I'd like to thank the Planning Officer for his report and hard work on this application. We fully endorse the Officer's recommendation for approval and consider both the committee report and the presentation that we've just heard to be a fair and accurate representation of the significant planning merits of this high quality scheme for 21 new homes. It reflects a collaborative approach between Chatsworth Living, our consultant team and Mid-Suffolk officers and statutory consultees, which has seen a series of enhancements made to deliver the scheme that's being presented today. The result is a high quality scheme that is fully in keeping with its village surrounds and in full accordance with relevant local and national planning policy. It is a design and landscape led scheme that will provide 14 new market homes and 7 affordable homes to meet local need. This includes 2, 3 and 4 bed family homes and also bungalows, providing adaptable accommodation that will particularly help to meet the needs of an ageing population. The organic site layout provides a winding road through the development to retain a village feel and reduce vehicle speeds. The pair of properties to the front of the site provide a well-framed entrance with an area of open space along the frontage to the north that allows retention of the key trees on site, particularly an attractive mature oak. And again, the works are the result of a collaborative approach between your officers and our team. The proposals will also provide Section 106 and SIL contributions, and planning conditions have also been agreed between the applicant and officers ahead of this committee meeting. There were in effect only 2 objections to the scheme from local residents and no objections being raised by the parish council. We're happy to provide the footpath link requested by them, already secured under the outlined scheme, and will ensure the SUD scheme is delivered as they have requested. The scheme also proposes a high level of energy performance, with each new home having an air source heat pump, energy efficient internal external lighting, water saving measures and electric vehicle charging points. There are no outstanding technical matters which have all been addressed through the course of the application. The principle of 21 new homes has already been agreed in this location at an outline stage, and the site in full is proposed for inclusion within the settlement boundary within the Regulation 19 local plan being considered by the Council this evening for consultation. This is a scheme which can promptly deliver new homes on site to assist with the Council's 5-year land supply, housing delivery requirements and meet an identified need. I would therefore respectfully request that members of the Planning Committee endorse your officer's recommendation for approval, and I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Matheson, you have a question.
Thank you. Yes, we have a submission from our housing enabling team setting out the percentages of different sized houses in terms of numbers of bedrooms. That's actually on page 287 of the papers, and this is for all tenures, and 47% of the demand is actually for 1 and 2 bedroom homes, but your proposal is actually very largely 4 bedroom homes, and I was really wondering whether you couldn't actually meet the market more precisely, and also ease the problems with the landscaping by having some semi-detached 2 and 3 bedroom properties instead, which actually also might address the problems with the tandem parking, whether you might be able to consider some changes to that effect.
I think that the scheme that is in front of you has obviously been agreed with officers and the housing officer. I note the comments that have been made in terms of the tandem parking, and I think from our perspective, clearly, if that is an issue for members, it's something we could look at, and I take the points on board about the unit sizes as well. But that would be something I think we'd have to take away and obviously have a look at if there's something that other members supported. It's very difficult to answer that, here and now, without the applicant with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to come back, seeing as I raised it earlier, and ask the agent what the status of that strip of land between plot 16 and 17 actually is, because I must admit I'm glad it was pointed out to me, because I misinterpreted it and thought that was a footpath, and I love pedestrian connectivity. So please tell me what is actually the status of that bit of land.
Yeah, as I understand it, is some form of way leave, as the officer suggested. So in effect, a part of the scheme that we can't develop on. What is there at the moment, I don't think is proposed as a footpath. Again, it's something that a point of connection we could consider, because in effect, as your officer pointed out, we cannot build on it. I think that in itself would need consideration in terms of where it comes out on that bend to the north. But in effect, it won't be built on, so it's something that could be looked at maybe further through, the landscaping condition as to how we utilise that piece of land.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Field.
Yes, I was just going to ask really the tandem parking issue. I think this council has a known opposition to tandem parking of that form. Wonder why you deemed it necessary to present a plan with that incorporated. The same sort of question professionally, you've got properties 11, 12, 13, 14 with a parking court. That does seem to be a solution which doesn't work, certainly in developments like Blakenham Fields near me. People just park where they can see their cars, basically, for fear of security issues. So I wonder why you've adopted those two solutions.
Thank you. I think overall, the ethos of the scheme has been to not have something that is dominated by vehicles and by highways infrastructure. So largely that the parking is being developed in a way where it is set back to the sides or to the rears of properties. So it is not, it is not a scheme that is defined by a large piece of spine road and then the parking all to the front of the properties and sort of tucked away. The parking courts, as has been covered by the officer, is overlooked. It has a sort of pinch point at the entrance where it will be it's got a sense of a private space that only those who've got the right to use it will do so. And if there are fears of sort of parking on the shared, what's effectively shared access as the main road through the development, I mean that potentially is controlled by the management company, and to an extent I think will be self-policing in that there is sufficient parking provided on the scheme, and if people are continuing to sort of park on there, they may find themselves quite unpopular with other residents when they've got parking spaces provided.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could come back on that. I mean, I can give you countless examples of where it does cause neighbourhood upset and people park on the open space because they've got nowhere else to park. I mean, I'm particularly worried about 20 and 21 because where they will park is next to the pond on the green, because there is nowhere else for them to park. There is nowhere else, and for 13 and 14, if you have two visitor bays in front of your house, but you have a bay some distance away, where are you going to park? You're going to park on the visitor's bay every day of the week because it's right next to your front door. So I'm glad you said that you could have further discussions, but we'll come on to that in debate, no doubt.
Sorry, did you want me to come back on that?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the point with 13 and 14, or particularly the two, the two parking spaces at the front of 13 and 14, obviously you wouldn't have to amend the scheme to colour those in pink and put those in the parking court if that was seen as more sensible, so people could park immediately outside, the properties 13 and 14. I think the point with 20 and 21 is obviously those are served by a garage as well, so there are in effect 3 spaces. I know there is a discussion about the extent to which people use their garages for cars or other paraphernalia, but it does meet the standard in terms of 3 spaces being provided in that regard.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move on to the ward member. So Councillor Richard Mayor, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I won't be very long. The Parish Council and the residents are largely supportive of this scheme and have been since the beginning. They asked for and have been granted the path into the village, so thank you for that. And they do remain slightly concerned about drainage to the rear of the site, which has become waterlogged in the past, but I'm sure the developers would have sorted out that. They do retain 2 concerns. Firstly, hedging. They wish to retain the hedging, and the Reserve Matters application quite rightly says that existing hedging will be retained and augmented where necessary. Unfortunately, other developments in the area, similar conditions have been applied, only for developers to root them up and then merely say, don't worry, we'll replace them before the next growing season. Well, those hedges have been there a long time, and the residents would like to retain the original ones. The next part is parking. Not so much the parallel tandem parking that has already been mentioned, but the open area in the centre. They are concerned that may just become a green car park. There are 3 series parking spaces, but the suggestion is that if they were made parallel parking spaces, you would get 5 cars where 3 exist at the moment, and the view from any of the houses wouldn't largely be affected. The length of that parking space would not increase. But what they don't want to see is that open area in the middle, and indeed towards the pond area, just becoming a green muddy car park. That's all they asked me to say, and thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Can I just ask any questions for the ward member? I've got a question for John Pateman G, just about something that Councillor Mayor just raised. or for Bradley. What is our ability to ask for more parking when it meets the standard already? So what position are we in if we conditioned more parking above what's already in there?
I'll go first, Chair, and see if John wants to come in. I think that having checked again on this issue of the tandem parking, I think that the adopted standard does identify section 4 that in cases where you're actually on a private road, which this situation would be, that sort of parking can be acceptable. So I think that in that particular case, I'm just thinking that if the standard does identify the difference between the adopted road network and a private road network, it would be difficult for us, in my view, to justify that. But I'll wait to see what John's got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. John? So where the parish council have requested 5 spaces instead of 3, I mean, can we condition more spaces even though it meets the standard?
Okay, well, in terms of the standard, it is met. In terms of the tandem parking, triple tandem parking, I've been doing the same, just rereading the section 4 again. Yeah, it does say development may in some circumstances be acceptable on private streets, and I think the phrase there is in some circumstances, but as the way of these things are written, it doesn't actually say which circumstances. But I think my point from a sort of advisory point of view would be that in front of us we have the county's own opinion, which is that they recommend conditions and have not actually highlighted this as a concern. And essentially, if we are looking at increasing the number of parking spaces, on what basis are we doing that? And I think we would be in difficult grounds to defend that decision if we were just refusing it on that point alone.
Okay, but we have in the past turned away planning applications which has had multiple tandem parking. We've done it before.
We have.
So
yeah.
On what grounds did we do it before?
Well, on those occasions, and I had a number of those applications. On those occasions, the tandem parking was in response to an estate road or a adopted road. And what we end up with is a small percentage of tandem parking that's happening on the branch roads, if you like, the roads that are off the main road. But on the main road itself, we ensured that the triple tandem parking was not in occurrence. This is actually quite unusual in that the main road itself is not an adopted estate road. It's to the same construction level, but it's not actually going to be adopted, which kind of gives us a fairly unique application that we really haven't come across before. It comes down to whether or not this circumstance, given the extent of the road, is for members to consider appropriate or not. And if they're not, then they want to see less triple tandem parking. That is a matter of debate and for the members to take on board.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Field, then Councillor Matheson. These are questions at the moment to Councillor Mayor, just so we're clear.
Yes, just basically, would the villagers accept something like substantial wooden posts, sort of 100mm square posts that can be placed around the edge, the open space at suitable spacing to prevent parking? Would that be a suitable solution for them?
Yes, I think so. Their concern is that it doesn't become a green car park. If that stops that, then that's perfectly acceptable.
Thank you. That was a question.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, can officers confirm that the rule that there was in place that private roads could not have more than 5 properties off, access through them, as that's been ditched somewhere along the line? It certainly used to be the case.
Yes, a long time ago it was 5. It was then we got up to 15 quite regularly. ultimately, what we're dealing with here is a road that may be a private road, but it is of a state standard. So we're not going to get into a technicality there that just because it's 21 it should be refused. It's ultimately the standard of the road is adequate. That's the issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so
sorry, Chair. Can I just
yes,
add some more flesh on the bones of that, just to clarify for Councillor Matheson? The type of road that you're looking at there is a shared surface road, and in the design, a Suffolk design guide, if it's provided in a cul-de-sac arrangement, which is what you've got there, it can serve up to 25 dwellings. If, on the other hand, it was part of a loop system, then it can carry up to 50. But I thought I'd just add that just to give you some context. Thank you.
Thank you. That's useful. Thank you for that. Okay, members, so we've had all the information put before us. We've heard from the applicant as agent, and we've heard from the ward member. Over to us to discuss and debate. We've got Councillor Mansell first.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make my views known. When I first saw this application and the fact that the parish council were in general supportive of it, I thought, on first glance, it looks like a reasonable application for putting these houses on this bit of land where the principle's already been established. But as you begin to delve deeper, I think there are quite a number of issues. I don't think the parking has been particularly well thought out. We've heard lots of people on this committee talk about tandem parking when I think the real issue is the triple parking, or in other words, tandem parking in front of a garage, which should be also used for parking to have the required number of spaces. I also think that the rear parking court just won't work. And okay, it's overlooked by a couple of landing windows, but people won't actually go in there without thinking about going in there. But it could be somewhere that just ends up being a bit of a mess, and all sorts of things could be going on in there. We've also heard about the design and the comment about having a fake chimney. I think the word was it was something that you see on older buildings. Well, let's face it, these aren't older buildings. They're going to be brand new. So why are we saying, oh, they've got to look like older buildings? If it's modern, make it look modern and make it looking smart and modern. Let's not make it look like something it isn't already. I think the concern about the green open space in the middle is a genuine concern, and I completely agree with the parish council there. You don't want that to be turned into a boggy mess. So yeah, something needs to be done to prevent cars going on there, whether it be little wooden blocks or maybe even some landscaping might be nice, as well as the little wooden blocks. I'm also I'm not quite sure what will happen to that weird strip of land between plot 16 and 17. As I said, when I first looked at the plan, I thought that was the footpath, and then the case officer said, oh, but it comes out on the bend of the road, which yes could form a problem, because I suspect highways or safety people would say that that was a concern if a footpath came out on a blind bend. So I think some thought needs to go into what actually that strip of land is for. Now the planning officers have said that we can't really refuse or comment on the parking, but I think what we can refuse it on, if that's the way we want to go, is on design, because it's the design and layout isn't wonderful. There are too many 4-bedroom market homes. I think on my estimation it was 7 out of the 14 market dwellings are 4 bedrooms, and I can't believe that that is what the housing need in Badwell Ash is. I would think that they should be wanting some smaller market dwellings, and I guess the smaller dwellings on this site are the so-called affordable social housing. So at the moment, I don't think I like the design and layout because of the parking. The parking isn't going to work as well as it should. So yeah, I'm tending to go towards the fact that I don't really like the layout. So anyway, that's my views. At the moment, I don't think I'm going to be supporting it, but I'll listen to see what other people have to say.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Muller.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, like what's previously been said by Councillor Mansell and also Councillor Field, I think one solution could be to put some wooden posts on that green area. I can only speak from the estate in which I live in, and where we've got this tandem parking, you find that one car parks on and the other car parks on the pavement outside the house. And also where we've got stretches of green area, they park on the green area, completely churning it all up. I get more complaints as a councillor about that. So I think both Councillor Mansell has got some very good points. Is the design right? And if the design could be perhaps, or if the application could be deferred to look at the design again to see if any sort of situations can be changed regarding the parking to make it more sustainable, I think, in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Field.
Yes, I think I'm inclined to propose that we defer this for some work on the parking. I find quite a lot of this layout pretty reasonable, and I do get very worried when we start proposing that we should dictate which size houses people are allowed to buy and live in. One enjoys freedoms in the country, and if you can sell bigger houses, you do need a range to support a community. You need a range of places available, but I am really concerned about the parking. It seems a fairly minor issue, but as Councillor Muller's just said, one gets endless problems in existing estates with people parking on green areas, and then the challenge to go round and put wooden posts or something in to prevent that behaviour, one post at a time, which is a very expensive process. And the issue is, not only does it make the place look really untidy with churned up muddy areas that should be grass, it generates an enormous amount of community angst. I feel we should defer this and ask for the tandem parking to be looked at, and certainly to be made clear that places we want to stay green and grassy will remain in that state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just say one other thing? I did notice the agent mentioning air source heat pumps and sustainability measures of that type, and I certainly welcome that. Although I didn't see any or didn't hear any mention of sort of solar panels to provide a degree of sustainable electricity.
Okay, thank you. I was going to give my comment before we go round again. Oh no, Councillor Passmore, you haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, no, thanks, Matthew. Well, I'm actually going to support John Field on that and second what he proposed. I think overall...
was it a formal proposal? Sorry.
I thought it was, yes.
Yep, fine.
I think it was. A bit funny, but formal.
We're happy to work together on that. Good-o. So I agree with what's been said and what everybody else has said. And I know, obviously, where Dave Muller is speaking about the problems he's got on his estate, that's been going on for years because he didn't quite get it right in the first place, going back, I don't know, 15, 16, 17 years or whenever it was it started. I think it started before some of us even got on the council. So let's get this right. Let's defer it. Let's get this tweaked so we can accommodate those issues. The last thing we want is some unholy mess, and the community discord that can cause is frankly something we could all do without. So I'm fully behind John there, and would like to second his proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll just come in as well. I mean, to me, the size of the houses is a matter for the developer, and each village will have its need. We have got affordable housing here. For me, the biggest problem for this is the triple parking in 7 houses. Triple parking on 7 houses, which is a third of the estate, which means a third of the estate there is risk will not park properly because It is so difficult. If you're coming in at different times of the day, coming and going, you do not go into triple parking. It just doesn't work. Someone will not go in the garage, one in the middle and one at the end. It just doesn't operate. So for me, that is the first option. The first concern, I absolutely take on board the parish council's point at the open space. If you could turn it, you could probably get 6 visitors parkings instead of just having 3 the way they've positioned it. For me, that is the only issue. Everything else, it's a well thought through project. It's got environmental credentials. The design is a personal matter, chimney or no chimney. I'm not going to get involved in that. But I think if this could be deferred for the parking to be resolved, I'd be supportive. But I cannot support triple parking on a third of the estate. We know what happens when the width of the road is only the width of 2 vehicles. Okay, so John, do you want to come back? I was going to go to a vote, or Sarah, on that basis.
Chair, I don't believe I've actually spoken in the debate.
Oh, my apologies, John. My apologies.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, this has been worked on so that it's nearly a really nice development, and it's, unfortunately, when you start look at the detail, yes, the problems that people have mentioned already, and I all right, taking council afield that don't like to dictate what size houses that people buy, etc. Well, yes, but we have got the objectively measured need of the district in terms of house sizes, and this doesn't match up, and I think that fail to match up is what is then produced the pressure, which has produced the tandem parking and so on. And I think, unfortunately, contradicting a little what the chair has just said about the space in the middle, I think that you've then got a development which is basically focused on a car park, and because if you put slightly more car parks aligned in the different direction, effectively you finish up with a car park, and so I think that would detract from the attractiveness of it very much. I mean, I think I'd fill it up with trees rather than oak posts, but still. So I certainly agree with members who wanted to just see this improved a bit, but I've gone a little further in how I would like to see it improved.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell, then Councillor Stringer, then we'll go to the vote.
Yeah, I would just like to come back. I do agree actually with what Councillor Matheson said about the car park in the middle of the open space. It will just look like a car park, and we want to move away from a car-dominated society. But I'd just like to put another comment about the rear parking court between 12 and 13, that I really don't think that's the way forward for the 21st century, because it makes it much more difficult for any future occupier of those homes to have an electric vehicle charging point if they are not already included. That where you've got a car parking space in front of your house and you can put the cable in your own land, it's fine, but if you're trying to do it over third-party land, it's very difficult. So I really think that we shouldn't be going for rear parking courts in the here and now.
Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I recognise how dismissive you were about the fake chimneys, but actually there's a very serious issue there, believe it or not, and it is one of integrity of design. Why would you put a construction on top of a roof which has half the guaranteed life of the rest of the roof, i.e. it's going to break down and create a fault in about 15 years, at straddling a boundary? This fake construction will need to be part of a party wall act, because when it needs repointing, someone's got to get up there and do it, and it's straddled over 2 premises. So we really need to out this thing, because it makes the building cost more to produce, and it provides a potential inherent fault in the building, and it creates a maintenance issue. So we just need to nail that one. And I agree, this is a scheme that's almost there, but I don't want to create more parking, but we notice that Market provides a lot of 4-bedroom homes out here in my village, and 99% of them are people from Essex, and we love them. And they tend to also like to have either a boat or a caravan. And you're building some gorgeous houses here that will then, but you won't ever be able to then have a trailer or a caravan or anything else as well. Not that I want you to cover the whole thing with parking, but I don't think it's been thought through in quite the extent it should have been with this proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So in summary, I think what we would say is the fact that we're not refusing it is because we don't feel that strongly. What we just feel is it needs tweaking and slightly improving to come back. And that's really the message, I think, to the developer. And we're supportive of the parish council's view, who has also raised the point around the parking in the site as well. So it's been proposed by Councillor Field and seconded, and the hedge at the front, of course, absolutely. Sorry, thank you, Councillor, for bringing that up. So it's been proposed by Councillor Field and Councillor Passmore that we actually just defer this and ask the applicant please just do a bit more work and bring it back to our committee. And we would ask that this is done quickly, because we know you've been patient and waiting a long time. We don't want this to be 3-4 months down the road. We're very happy to ask officers to do this in a really timely manner to try and bring it back as quickly as possible. So on that basis, proposed by Councillor Field and seconded by Councillor Passmore, can I ask Robert Carmichael to do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair. So if members could please respond with for, against or abstain. Councillor John Field?
For.
Councillor Matthew Hicks?
For.
Councillor Sarah Mansell?
For.
Councillor John Matheson?
For.
Councillor Dave Muller?
For.
Councillor Tim Passmore?
For.
And Councillor Andrew Stringer?
For.
Thank you, Chair. That is unanimously carried.
Thank you. And I know that obviously the agent is here, has been in the meeting, so you've heard all the points. And obviously, if you can please catch up with our officers and bring that back as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Okay, now members, it's 1:15. My view is that we keep going. We have one application left. Is everyone happy to do that, or does anyone need a break urgently?
Let's keep going, Chairman.
Keep
I'd
going.
like to keep going, Chair.
Could you give us 5 minutes? 2 minutes? 1 minute?
We'll start again. We'll start again at 23 minutes past.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks.
This one shouldn't take long.
everyone. It's 23 minutes past. Can I ask Robert Carmichael just to do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just get to my part of the page. So, Councillor Field.
Present.
Oh, hold on. I apologise. I've got the YouTube playing in the background so I can hear Councillor Hicks twice. So I'll just start again. Sorry. So, Councillor Field.
Present.
Councillor Hicks.
Present.
Councillor Mansell. Yeah. Councillor Matheson.
Present.
Councillor Mayer.
Yeah.
Councillor Muller.
Present.
Councillor Passmore.
Present.
And Councillor Stringer.
Present.
We are all present, Chair.
Lovely, thanks very much. Okay, so we'll move on to planning application DC 20-02539, land adjacent to Riverside Cottages, Mendlesham Green. And John Pateman G, over to you.
Thank you. So this is an application under Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act. So essentially, we already have the approval. This is a variance of the approval given in respect of one particular condition, which is condition 2. And condition 2 refers to the approved plans and documents. So essentially, this is the variation of just one thing, which is the material or the visual appearance of the side gables. Just to put that into context, we are in Mendlesham Green, and this is the location, and a bit closer, and that is the location of the site. So the application, I should probably say, was for the erection of a dwelling. This is the variance of that, the detail of that dwelling being the side gable. And just to put it into context again, there's no real constraints in policy terms for the site itself. It is within a settlement boundary, but otherwise nothing specific to the site. And these are the plans. So the dwelling as approved, except that the side elevation is, instead of render, is proposed to be brick. And these are the bricks that's proposed to change to. So in terms of the site at the moment, this is taken from within the site, looking to the neighbouring boundaries. And you can see the site has started to be constructed, and you can see the distance to the boundaries with regard to the side walls of the proposal. I also have two pictures that I understand from the case officer to be from the neighbour's garden, and I had the name of it, which was Crook Hicks, which is the neighbouring property looking out for the development plot. And this is, again, mentioned in the report, is that there are other brick houses, and this is opposite to the site in respect on the other side of the road, so a brick-built house. So what we have here is what is approved, which is at the top of the screen, and you can see the render side gables in respect to both sides. And then we have what this is proposed, which is just a simple change to the materials of the side gables to be brick rather than render. So it seems like a simple change, but obviously there's a little bit more to that than that. We should mention the planning history, and there has been a lot of planning history here to get to the approval that's before us in terms of the top end of this screen. But this is the one that's been implemented. What should be mentioned as part of the history is that around 2014, there was a refusal with appeal dismissed for a two-storey house. And this is the appeal that the representations, including the parish, I suspect, refer to. And this was a detached two-storey house. It is a very different dwelling to what we have approved today. And it is very understood why the appeal inspector chose to refuse it and dismiss the appeal based on height, scale, form as outer character. And officers agreed with that because we obviously refused it first. The inspector also referred to the design of that dwelling in respect of the extent of enclosure currently experienced within the garden, and considered that this would result in an unacceptable detriment to the loss of outlook for the occupiers of the neighbouring property. Again, we completely agree. So that's the house that was refused by the inspectorate. And you can see the extent of, well, height, scale, and the extent of wall that would have been infilled against the neighbour. The neighbour in question mostly is this one here on the left. Obviously, the proposal we now have before us is a very different proposal, that is essentially what we now have approved. And again, its relationship to the neighbour is somewhat different. So in terms of the change before us, we are literally just dealing with a change of the material on the side walls of this property. The best thing I can really say here is that there's no change to the form of the building or anything like that. It is very, very difficult to judge how light is impacted by a change from render to brick. Now, render, if it's going to be a light render, white or smooth cream or whatever that might be, to a red brick would potentially have an effect on the amount of light reflection to the neighbouring property. On the other hand, the render in this case could be painted black, and that's not in the control of the permission that's been given. So that could have been the case. We don't have a measurement for that. So the assumption from officers here is that there is a reduction, but because the form of the building is a 1.5-storey property, fairly modest, doesn't go back too far, the extent of that change is not, or the degree of difference would be so slight that it would not impact amenity sufficient for us to warrant a robust refusal. And on that conclusion, that's why we are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask some questions? I'm not sure if I'm missing something. So there is planning permission already, as you've laid out in the top picture for that wall, yes, with brick at the end of it already.
Yes.
Okay. So we're filling in the section there that's in the light cream in brick. Fine. So, but the render colour is not determined. So that render could be painted a brick colour, which would then be the same colour as the brick. Is that correct?
Yeah, control over colour with regard to the original permission for the render was not controlled. So,
fine. So,
yes,
so it could be a darker colour than the brick.
It could be.
Okay.
And of course,
could it reversely be that the brick could be painted the same colour as the render? Could we condition that the brick is painted the same colour as the render? I'm just thinking, because if the brick's painted the same colour as the render, then
well, you could condition it that the brick is painted a colour to be agreed by the local planning authority, because I wouldn't like to say a light colour, because that would be fairly vague to say that. I think you'd want to say what colour is what we're going to agree to be an accurate condition.
Okay. And is it relevant, or is it? I'm just asking what. I mean, is it because they can't access the wall to get the render on? Because when you showed the picture, it was right up against the fence. Is that why it's going to brick, or is that just not relevant to us?
I would suggest it's not relevant,
okay,
but I would say that it's possibly difficult to understand how scaffolding might be erected on there to be able to apply the render.
Okay, but you could apply the brick because you work up. Okay, right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to clarify the planning history in our papers, if I may. On page 325 of our paper pack, the first line talks about a DC 20-00819, which seems to be non-material amendment to change the gable ends. Can the officer tell me whether this is identical and this was something that was done in a different manner? Because I'm a little bit confused, because that already seems to have been refused.
Yeah, so we did refuse. So this was proposed as a non-material amendment. So in order to be non-material, it is the judgment of the planning officer of what is material and what is not. Ultimately, because of the public interest in this case, not the proposal, the actual public interest, we considered that it was material because of so much public interest. You know, there was a kind of a benchmark there to say that it can't be deemed to be non-material if so many people are interested in the change. So, you know, our judgment was that it couldn't be non-material, and that's why it was refused. Hence why it's come in as an application now for that judgment instead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Field.
Yes, just had a point of clarification. The pictures you show seem to show the wall being constructed in brick. And my understanding of a planning application is that you should go and build what you've received permission to build, not something else. So one wonders just why we have this problem at all. I can understand the scaffolding bit. Perhaps the neighbour won't allow them to put scaffolding up in their garden, but it's difficult to see why this is being, the construction is started of something which is not in line with the planning permission.
Can I come in on that? Ultimately, as a baseline, brick has begun, but it's not to say that it wasn't going to be render above that. I think you have a baseline brick before you have the render. If I go back to the plan, hang on, I'm not sure how to. If I zoom in, you can see there's a baseline brick along the base of the proposal before you have the render on top, and I think you just haven't come out of the ground enough in the pictures that we showed you to show where the render might have begun. And what they're trying to do is, before they go any further, work out whether they're going to go with the block or go with brick. Okay. But there is a base of brick all the way around that's currently on site.
Okay, thank you. This is, yeah, okay, sorry, we're not in debate. Okay, any other questions? Nope. Okay, so moving on. Thank you for that. So I'll now ask the Parish Council representative, Michael Exley. You have 3 minutes to speak. If you'd like to turn your camera on, please. If we could just take down the picture of the house so that we can get. Hi there, welcome. And you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. The history of this site goes back some 12 years, and with quite a few failed planning applications. It has a recurring theme of trying to avoid whatever is built, of preventing any dwelling having an overbearing effect on its neighbours and subsequent loss of amenity. We have even had a partially completed building on this site incorrectly built and being ordered by a planning inspector to be completely removed. And again, that planning inspector did comment about neighbour amenity and the overbearing effect, which has been touched on. The original approved application for this site in 2019 was for a rendered finish to the side elevations and was acceptable at the time to all parties. Yet now we are looking at a brick finish, which we were trying to avoid. Any argument put forward that, of course, render can be painted black, well, of course, the same could apply to brick, which I think, again, has been touched on. We consider that render, in fact, has a much softer and less harsh impact than brick on its neighbours and is more in keeping with the immediate neighbouring properties. We fail to see why this planning application is not adhered to, and that brick is now proposed, and we noticed as well that it already had been started to be built in brick, as nothing has changed since the original approval, where render was acceptable and approved. We would therefore still recommend refusal unless a more acceptable proposal could be put forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. We move on now to the ward member, as we do not have any other speakers to join us today. So, Councillor Stringer, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, indeed, this site has a very, very long history and a painful one. So somebody built a house that wasn't the agreed one. They ended up having to pull it down after losing 2 successive appeals. But what was interesting about the appeals was how the appeal inspectors consistently flagged up how pivotal the neighbourhood amenity of those in Crick Hollow was, because this is the last elevation along the side of their garden where they won't see built form. So the built form that's there has to be the right one. And that appeal inspector did suggest that even with the huge scheme that was already built, that render would have a softening effect on the neighbour's outlook and actually help reflect light. So it all went horribly wrong. They had to pull the house down and it got marketed. Luckily, a local building company bought it from an auction, and then they had discussions with the parish council. I remember walking round with the builder and we pointed at a dwelling that might be suitable for that site, which is in Mendlesham Green. It was a lovely little rendered property, which is indeed what they put in for planning application and what they've now subsequently got approved, started to build. I think they then realised it was a little bit tight. So they then thought, well, it'll be easier to build it out of brick. We'll just sling bricks on the boundary. To us, that is unacceptable because of that neighbour amenity. And frankly, you know, it's quite a small dwelling, which we want to introduce another element of design in it. Again, you know, so when you look at it at quartered, you'll see 2 bricks, you see brick and render meeting on what is actually quite a small dwelling. And the only reason for that brick, it's not to make it more interesting in design terms, it's just to make it a little bit more easier to implement. Well, frankly, we think that's a step too far. Sorry to call in such a minor thing to a committee, but you can perhaps now understand, because of its history, why we feel so strongly about this design element. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Can I just ask a quick question? Would you mind if it was conditioned that the brick had to be painted? Wouldn't that solve the problem?
No, because and the original appeal inspection was talking about texture of things. Textures absorb light. If you've got a sheer rendered elevation, no matter what colour it is, it will reflect light more because it is a flat surface.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Can the ward member guarantee that access will be provided to the eventual owner of this house, to the neighbour's garden, so they can maintain the render?
No, and in fact nobody can.
Well then.
And that was flagged up to the original approval, suggesting it get moved a little bit west.
Well, we're going to debate there. I'll come back and make a comment then. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions for the ward member? Nope. Okay. Members over. Councillor Field, is that a question for the ward member, or you want to lead the debate? You're first either way. Go for it.
Is it the question? I was really, it's probably to one of the officers. Having been involved in some of these previous applications, should one declare that fact? I wouldn't have thought it would be considered.
Sorry, you were involved in what capacity, Councillor Field?
On this planning committee.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You don't need to declare that.
Okay. I just remember even visiting the damn site.
Okay. Councillor Passmore.
Yeah, this isn't a question. I thought we were moving on to the debate. Is that all right?
You're more than welcome to kick off.
Right, I'll get. Well, I actually agree with my friend Andrew with this, because I remember this is a really protracted history of all this. And you know, if people put in for an application after this long history and they've been given permission for what it is, unless there's a very, very big reason to change it, I'm not very keen on changing things what could appear to almost be retrospectively. So I actually think I am going to propose formally that we do reject this application and that it sticks with the original design, because that's what it was meant for in the original. I do agree with what the I think was it Michael Exley from the Parish Council. So I can't really see a justifiable reason to change this. The issue about scaffolding, in my view, can be overcome. You find this all over the place, and that's not really a material planning position in my view. But if we do continue, then I do actually agree. I think it was John Pateman G said you could also add an extra condition to make sure belt and braces that it is of a suitable colour, or whatever colour to be agreed, should that come up. Because you're right, you could paint bricks, you could paint wood, you could paint render, and there's nothing at the moment to do it. So I think we need to work with the parish on this one, Chairman. So that's why I'm.
So we'll need reasons for refusal, because there have to be planning reasons.
Yes, I agree, because I think it's incompatible with the visual environment, the visual amenity, and contrary to the policies that Andrew has written down on his call in. So I agree with him. Will that be enough?
Can I clarify that this is the side gables only, which do not outlook to a public outlook? It's the front stays the same in terms of street scene, so it's not affecting the street scene per se. You probably look down the side very slightly from the street scene, but are you saying this is out of character with the area, which I think would be hard to defend given there are brick buildings in the locality? What is the harm that you're identifying that this change from brick
potentially to the neighbours, isn't there? I mean, that's a debatable point. There's no right or wrong answer to things like that. I just think it's a great shame, frankly, regardless of material issues here. The fact of the matter is that he's been given permission, it's got a protracted history, and to come back yet again for a change, perhaps you could use your creative juices there, John, and think of suitable reasons to put it down.
Well, we'll keep going through. We've got lots of other speakers. Councillor Mayor.
I disagree with Councillor Stringer and Councillor Passmore. I think we have to consider, is it practical? It's not practical if you can't maintain it. Render will need maintaining within 5 years. It will need painting. Any painting on that brick will need repairing within 5-10 years. So the original application allowed the building of that house close to the perimeter. If we don't agree, then we could be storing up problems for the future when the neighbour disagrees, and then you start having neighbourhood disputes. And I find it very difficult to say that it's not in keeping when, if the neighbour looks out their front windows, they see a very large brick house. The one next to it has a brick plinth and brick highlighting around the windows. It is in keeping. It is just like over the road. So I think by allowing the brick, it won't need maintaining until the brickwork needs repointing after 50 years. We're preventing a problem. We're being practical, and I don't think it's an unjustifiable request. So I would be in favour of the. So we haven't got a proposal, have we? No. So I'm against the proposal if Councillor Passmore's made one, because I think it's a reasonable request. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I too feel like Councillor Passmore that I don't really want to approve this application. Practical matters of land access to the side of the building, I don't think are planning considerations. If the applicant didn't think it through in the application that's got planning permission about the distance between the property and the boundary, that isn't really anything to do with us. But like the planning officer has said, we're struggling to find planning reasons to pin this going against the officer recommendation. I haven't got the piece of paper with Councillor Stringer's thing in front of us. He has mentioned some policies, but I'm not quite sure exactly what they are. But just because the one over the road is a hideous huge brick gable, doesn't mean that it's right for the next house to also have a brick gable. Two wrongs in my mind don't make a right. I'd need to look up what H13, H15 and H16 are. Presumably they've got something about design. I haven't got them to hand. Maybe somebody can help me. But I too remember this protracted history, and I too, like Councillor Field, went on a site visit. And it's obviously just a troublesome plot. But I don't really want to grant this planning permission. So I'd need to look up what 13, 15 and 16 are before I can come back with a proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Muller.
Chairman, may I? Sorry, excuse me if I may interrupt, Chairman.
Yes,
just
please.
a legal point, if I may just make one. In terms of saying that the access and maintenance of the proposal is not a planning matter, we should be careful. It might be a matter you give less weight to, but it is in fact can be a planning matter. And I will give you one example, which is admittedly this is Baber in Lavenham, where we as a council were sued for not giving it due weight when it came down to the maintenance of a listed building. I admit that was a listed building, but I think we should just say it has very limited weight in the councillor's opinion, rather than saying it's not a planning matter at all. That's just
okay. Thank you. I'm happily corrected by people who know more than I do.
I'm just looking out for the repercussions. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Muller.
Fair enough.
Sorry, you're on mute, please. You're on mute.
I can understand the argument from both sides on this case. I do think that the person that put the application in the first place clearly didn't think this out, because there is very, very short space between the neighbour's fence and the actual building that's already been started. Personally, I'm sort of on the fence on this one. I agree the render is perhaps not the long-term solution because it would require more maintenance, and the red brick would be more suitable. But is that because the actual builder realises now he hasn't got the space to put up any scaffolding? And from what I've seen, where renders had to be repainted, scaffolding tends to be put up these days. So I'm sort of earing towards what Councillor Mayer says, and and also what John Pateman-G has said regarding the light. You can't put a figure on that. It is going to perhaps cause more light by being red brick than being a pale render colour. So at the moment, I'm sitting on the fence on this one, but I'll listen to what other people have got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Field.
I'm inclined to second the recommendation that Councillor Passmore made. My recollection certainly aligns with the comments of Councillor Stringer, that the issues were about the visual amenity for the next door neighbour in Crickhowell, and that was their rear garden. Essentially, it wasn't a matter of what they could see out of their front windows. It was the overbearing effects on their rear garden. So I'm sure Councillor Stringer presented some words earlier on that would act as a reason, for a legal reason for rejection, and so I second Councillor Passmore's suggestion, assuming that was a formal.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
It was.
Okay, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I was somewhat shocked when I finally saw quite how close to the boundary it was. That wasn't actually in the papers, or not at a size one could read anyway. And yeah, I'm afraid neighbour amenity. Sorry, refuse really.
I haven't spoken. I'm afraid I'm going to agree with Councillor Mayer. I think, I mean, one can and is permitted to put in as many planning applications as one likes. That's one's democratic right. The house could be dark black and the brick could be the lightest thing there. I don't really think it has that much impact on the amenity, really. I know there've been many previous planning application history, but which are laid out before the papers, but you can put in as many applications as you want. That's the process. So I'm struggling really to find any planning reason that I can give to refuse this. I can hear the angst locally, and I can hear the parish council concern, and there is clearly a history that has caused lots of trouble in the community, but I can't think of a planning reason really to refuse this. So I won't be supporting the proposal by Councillor Passmore and Councillor Field. Okay, we're getting Councillor Stringer. You had your hand up next, but is it just a point you want to raise?
It's a point of clarity. There's been lots of talk about how often you need to paint render. There is on the market self-coloured renders that don't need to be painted and are guaranteed for over a decade.
Thank you. Councillor Muller. Councillor Muller, you have your hand up.
Yeah, apologies, I've meant to turn that down.
Councillor Matheson, your hand's still up, and Councillor Mansell, your hand's up.
Yeah, my hand's up because I've now looked up. I've got policy H13, H15, and H16 on my screen, and I'm just trying to look through them. Policy H16, the last bullet point, does say developments that materially reduce the amenity of adjacent dwellings. I'd say that is something that we can pin on this proposal. H14 and it wasn't H14, it's H13 does talk again about amenity of neighbouring residents. So I don't know if the planning officer's got any other policies that we need to be looking at. And maybe Councillor Passmore and Councillor Field, I think, seconded this proposal. Maybe they can clarify which policies we're pinning this this refusal proposal onto.
Can I would
Please
you like
do.
my assistance?
Please do.
Okay, so I've been thinking, and does this sound about right? The change from render to brick as proposed would result in an intrusion on neighbouring amenity that emphasises the sense of enclosure, contrary to policy H16, GP1, H13 and section 12 of the MPPF.
That sounds, Jonathan, your creative juices have worked extremely well. So, I mean, if I could just say, Chairman, I mean, this is a detail. So it's not, as you rightly say, we do live in a free country. You can put in all the applications you like, absolutely fine. But this is an example of how the democratic process works. So I think that should be commended to the whole committee. It's been a good debate. It might be a relatively small issue, but there we are. And we're all obviously here to make our own decisions. So that's what it's about. So I'm quite happy with those conditions to be attached to what was proposed, if John is as well. And we can take it from there and see what the committee votes on. No problem.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Totally happy.
Okay, so that is the basis for refusal, has been proposed by Councillor Passmore, second by Councillor Field. We've heard the reasons why. Over to Robert Carmichael to do a roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. If members could please respond with for, against or abstain. So, Councillor John Field.
For.
Councillor Matthew Higgs.
Against.
Councillor Sarah Mansell.
For.
Councillor John Matheson.
For.
Councillor Richard Mayer.
Against.
Councillor Dave Muller.
For.
And Councillor Tim Passmore.
For.
Thank you, Chair. If I could confirm with Mr. Dupre, I make that 5 votes to 2 in favour of the recommendation.
Yes, I agree. Five votes to 2 in favour of the recommendation.
Okay, so the planning permission is refused. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks. That's it's been a long morning, but we resolved one application. But obviously, these things happen, and we have to do what we feel is right. So we've certainly done that this morning. So thank you, everyone, and see you again at about 5:30, if not before.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thanks.